Test 1 2. Test 1 2.
If you have a Class 1 fine wool or a Class 1 goat, you should be checking in if you have not already done so. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to welcome you to the 2023 Rodeo Austin Market Lamb and Goat Show. We are about ready to kick the festivities off. At this point, I'm going to welcome Jeff Dodd to bring us our invocation. If you will all please remove your hats and rise.
Thank you. Dear Heavenly Lord, we come to you this morning just humbled, Lord. Humbled for the blessings you bestow on us as a nation, as a state, and as a community. We're blessed, Lord, that you allow us to be here together this morning, gathering together, supporting the youth of Texas in an event that we feel is ultimately important to our future. We ask that you watch over the event as we go through the day. We ask that you provide safe passage to, from, that we have a safe day, not just for our parents, adults, youth leaders, but also for our animals. We ask, Lord, that you put in our heart the true reason that we're here. It's not about winning. It's not about losing, Lord, but it's about supporting our youth and raising them in the right way. We ask that you just, again, watch over us as we leave this afternoon. We thank you for the less wind than we had today than we did yesterday. It was a little breezy yesterday. We pray for the men and women that are fighting to protect the freedoms that we enjoy as Americans. And lastly, but not least, Lord, we thank you for your Son and his death on the cross for our salvation. All these things we ask in your name. Amen.
Thank you, Jeff. We'll now have please remain standing, as Ms. Riley Valenkamp of Runnels County 4-H bring us our 4-H motto and pledge.
In support of the 4 H Club motto, to make the best better, I pledge my head to clear thinking, my heart to greater loyalty, my hands to larger service, and my health to better living for my club, my community, my country, and my world.
Thank you, Riley. Now we will have Cole Stufall from Fairfield FFA bring us our FFA motto.
The FFA motto: learning to do, doing to learn, earning to live, living to serve.
Thank you, Cole. And now finally, as you please remain standing and direct your attention to our flag as Mr. Caleb McMullen of B County 4-H brings us our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Outstanding, Caleb. Thank you. Okay, folks, we are about ready to get started with our Lamb and Goat show. exhibitor with validation tag 35417. We need you to check in. Our Class 2 fine wolves and Class 2 goats can check in. Class 2 fine wolves and Class 2 goats can check in. Just a reminder, we can have no paint, powder, adhesives, or tail stimulant. Those things will be checked. No paint, powder, adhesives, or tail stimulant. On our market goat side, we want to welcome our judge, Barrett Carlisle from Leavenworth, Kansas. Barrett went to college at Butler Community College and Kansas State University, has a bachelor's in animal science, had some collegiate judging experience, was a member of the champion team at Nail and Fort Worth while he was at Butler, and the champion team at Fort Worth while he was at K-State. He and his family own and operate the Diamond Sea Club Lambs, has a club lamb operation. His most memorable showing experience is judging market goats at Nail and the State Fair of Texas. Barrett is looking forward to working with the best youth in the state of Texas today and wishes everybody the best of luck. Folks, let's give Barrett a big round of applause. Also on the Market Lamb side, we want to welcome Mr. Marty Gibbs. Marty has been the Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Service for 33 years, serving as a county extension agent for 24 years and a district extension administrator for the past 9 years. He and his wife Cindy have a blended family of 6 children that have showed lambs and goats at all Texas majors for the past 21 years. He has a bachelor's degree from Texas A&M University and a master's degree from Angelo State University. Marty was a member of the Texas A&M Reserve National Champion Livestock Judging Team and has judged numerous county, regional, state, and national shows for the past 35 years. Folks, let's give Marty a big round of applause. Folks, let's give these exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. Still missing a few for Class 2 fine wools. Need to check in.
Well, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here this morning and have the honor and opportunity to evaluate lambs here at Rodeo Austin. I think it's something I've looked forward to all year long, and having this opportunity is certainly something I've been waiting on. And this little lightweight fine wool class, a really good set. I think an awful good set from top to bottom. We pulled 10 or 12 out to evaluate, and these top 5 I think are really, really nice sheep. Some decisions to be made on the top end, but I really like the little lamb that wins the class quite a bit. Square built, wide base sheep that's got plenty of mass and muscle shape to him. Yeah, you could maybe extend him out through his front end and make him a little longer and more attractive in his chest floor and the way his neck ties into him up front. But that one's super powerful, super wide based, really square, really thick, nice touch to the handle. And I think the one in second's got to follow him in terms of type and kind. He's not as trim over his ribs. He's not as square down his top. There's no doubt about that, but I think that's a pair that's got to stay together on the top end. The lamb in third, I really like him a lot in terms of a profile, an up-fronted, long-bodied sheep that's really trimmed to the touch, gives up some muscle shape down his top and into that leg. Like to put a little more product in him before you can move him any higher, but a nice one there as well. And then we roll into our fourth place lamb, similar to the one in third, a long-bodied sheep that's got some squareness down his top. I don't think he's as wide underneath in his chest floor. He's not quite as crisp to the touch. He's a little softer to the touch over his ribs and down his top. I don't think he's quite as square right out of his hip. Same thing can be said about the one that rounds out our top 5, a big ribbed, stout-made kind of a sheep that's really massive, just not enough look and eye appeal to him. Wish I could change his hip and hind leg structure just a touch. Please put your hands together and congratulate these exhibitors on a nice lightweight fine wool class.
Well, good morning. It's certainly a pleasure to be here, and really excited to be here to sort through your goats and work with your kids and share a ring with Marty as the sheep show goes over there. And what an awesome good morning to have a goat show, and I think an excellent way to kick things off with over here. And honestly, in this first class, probably a little deeper than I even had anticipation of, just in terms of just good stock all the way down the lineup, and a couple of those we excuse out of the ring that I think we're darn sure close. But to me, I ultimately thought these three ended up sorting up rather routinely in my mind, and I thought there was some give and take in those, and I think in particular within the top pair, I think there's some give and take, and there's times where I like them both, and there's certain looks I get of each one that I think kind of deem them a class winner in my mind. To me, I think the one that starts, I like his elevation up front. I think his length of neck, his tallness of shoulder is very good. And then one that touches exceptionally well when you get your hands on him in terms of just freshness and leanness and having some extra edginess to his muscle up top. And to me, I think when you get off to the side of him, his biggest advantage to me and what makes him proportion just a little bit better in my mind is his length of rump. And to me, I think we're going to find ourselves talking about that quite a bit today. Just his length from hooks to pins is quite a bit more ideal to me, and I think that in relation to the length of his back, the length of his neck, I think makes that one proportion really, really good. And then you go to the ground, I think he's got an advantage just in terms of stoutness of bone and feature when you go to the surface on those. Is he perfect? No. He's probably don't have quite as much curvature to his forerib as the goat that comes in second. I deem him to be good enough there, but that is one place I think that goat in two has an advantage. And he's not hooked up the smoothest right there at the heel of his loin, and the way it fits into his jump muscle, I think you could square him up there just a notch. But his length, his elevation, his balance and proportions with his extra substance, and certainly comes to us with some handling quality and freshness. That's where I like him to start. There's times where I like the goat in two, and honestly, I think that one looks better in motion than he does here on the prop. When he gets out and goes, I think his hind legs probably even just a little more secure and plants a little truer at the ground as you study him in terms of base width compared to that class winner. And I think from the side, I think he's one you can pick just a little bit, some holes in just in terms of his balance and proportionality to me, in particular out of his rump. He reads speed just a nickel shorter from hooks to pins. I think if you could make him just a notch longer and just a notch bolder right there in the way he comes to his tail set, to me, I think that one plays to win because his front two-thirds are exceptionally good. His neck set, his shoulder, the turn to his forerib is incredible, and that one is really, really fresh. And to me, I think it's the front two-thirds combined with the fact that one is so true and so square as you watch him go away that puts that one in contention. To me, I just wish he was a little longer hipped. One that comes in three, I think just in terms of tallness of shoulder, length of rump, probably mirrors our class winner just a little bit closer in my mind. I think that's a goat that I can get talked into just in terms of handling quality, turn to his forerib, and one that's exceptionally fresh and one that looks good when he gets him propped up and put together. To me, that's a goat of the top three that probably comes the most disappointing in my mind when those goats are in motion. To me, I think that goat starts to get a little long in terms of his shoulder. He's a little more prominent right there at the base of his chest and his shoulder point. To me, we need to change him there and maybe give him a little more strength and security in terms of his rear pastern as he gets out and goes. But again, when he gets him stuck and put together, I think he probably pairs up with our class winner pretty good. To me, it's just the way that one looks to me when we get those goats in motion. One that comes in four, I think if you like that kind, you can justify that one being up here at the top end pretty quick. Moderate, robust, big muscled, really big in terms of his shape and his expression. To me, I think that's a goat that reads just a little quick in terms of his maturity curve. For me, I just don't know if he's necessarily my speed in terms of length and elevation. When we get him out and go, I think he's one that gets just a little more upright and stilty in his shoulder. Probably doesn't look quite as fluid in terms of his movement when those goats are on the move, but nonetheless, in terms of width and shape, I like that one quite a bit. Young man rounds off our top five with another one, I think, in terms of just being smooth and the way he's put together, having some width and some shape and dimension to him. I like that about that one. I think when we get him out and going, a little plainer in the way I read him up through his chest and shoulder, probably a little more forward in terms of his knee at times, and then kind of go with that, probably built a little different off of his rear skeleton, a little more set to his rear leg than I'd prefer. To me, it's just that goat in motion. It kind of gets him here into five. But nonetheless, exceptionally good class, really nice top pair there. If you put your hands together and congratulate these exhibitors in their first class this morning.
Exhibitor 38552, your class is in the ring on the lamb side. On the goat side, we will be pulling hair for first and second place goats. For first and second place exhibitors, we'll need a parent or advisor to come to the show ring right after those classes. Results from Class 1 Fine Wools. 10th place was Haley Coons, Medina FFA. Breeder was Hyde of Rock Springs. 9th, Colton Hutchins, Lockhart FFA. Breeder is Struby of Wall. 8th was Arthur Washington of Howard County 4-H. Breeder was Mad Dog of Big Lake. 7th, Blakely Royal, Atascosa County 4-H. Breeder is Pat Jackson of Christoval. 6th was Aubrey Johnston, Sterling County 4-H. Breeder was Jonas of Christoval. 5th went to Kellen Hart, Hale County 4-H. Breeder is Hyde of Rock Springs. 4th was Addison Killam, Tom Green County 4-H. Breeder is Horwood of Sterling City. 3rd was Quinn Dixon, Sterling City FFA. Breeder is Jonas of Christoval. 2nd went to Ben Flanagan, Runnels County 4-H. Breeder was Smithwick of Miles. And our class winner was Hadley Holt, Hill County 4-H. Breeder is Struby of Wall. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Results from Class 1 Market Goats. 10th place was Rebecca Evitts, Brown County 4-H. 9th was Sydney Curry, Kendall County 4-H. 8th, Abigail Elrod, Roby FFA. 7th was Trevor Pacoda, George West FFA. 6th was Lily Cattle, Coolidge FFA. Breeder was Shrank Show Goats. 5th was Coy Alexander, Walker County 4-H. Breeder is Sturt Show Goats. 4th was Benjamin Sprayberry, Jones County 4-H. 3rd was Wyatt Key, Grandview FFA. Breeder is Newsom Ripley Show Goats. 2nd was Laney McCall, Archer County 4-H. And our class winner was Landry Hollingsworth, Axtell FFA. Congratulations. We need a parent or supervisor for Landry Hollingsworth to the show ring. Your Class 3 market goats and Class 3 lambs should be checking in if they have not done so. Lamb and goat exhibitors, just a reminder, the only tags that can be in your animal's ear when you come to the ring are your validation tag and a TLBA or TGBA tag if appropriate. Again, only a validation tag and a TLBA or TGBA tag should be in your animal's ear. Also, be sure and bring your weight card with you to the ring. You need to have one of the weight cards with you. Thank you, lamb exhibitors. Goat exhibitors. We are missing 4 goats for Class 3. If you have a Class 3 goat, you need to be checked in.
Well, an interesting class here in Class 2, and certainly some things you could change and move around up in the top end of this thing. Lots of different kinds and types and shapes when we get out here in the top end of this one. But I'm going to settle on the young lady sheep because I think when you really analyze this one and you look at the amount of product in him and the base width underneath him, super great hip and hind leg structure in him, huge loin. Yes, I'd love to change his shoulder shape. I'd love to change his design of his shoulder and the way he comes out of his shoulder into his rack. He wants to break there a little bit. He's a little coarser at the point of his shoulder. But, man, that one is full of product. He's really wide skeleton, big ribbed sheep that's got a lot of mass to him. Just like to change his design a little bit up front. The one that comes in second I like better up front. He's really massive over his rack. Big square top in this one, a big loin in him. I don't like him coming out of his hip and hind leg quite as well. I think he gets a little flatter in his stop.
We need the first place Class 1 fine wool to come to the check-in area for the fine wool drive. We also need the first class of fine wool crosses to check in. First class of fine wool crosses to check in. Results from Class 2 fine wools. 10th place was Jake Krushka, Reagan County 4-H. Breeder is Stoltz of Menard. 9th was Ramsey McFall, Reagan County 4-H. Breeder is Long of Sterling City. 8th, Lexi Killam, Tom Green County 4-H. Breeder is B&B Club Lambs of San Angelo. 7th, Reagan Levine, Junction FFA. Breeder is Tillman of Junction. 6th, Reese Royal, Atascosa County 4-H. Correction, 6th was Dashel Davis, Upton County 4-H. Breeder is Mad Dog of Big Lake. 5th, Shelby Leonard. Breeder is Silvers of Junction. 4th, Brody Rader, Gillespie County 4-H. Breeder is Mad Dog of Big Lake. 3rd was Steel Skelton, Runnels County 4-H. Breeder is Skelton of Ballinger. 2nd was Johann Grotgut, Deaf Smith County 4-H. Breeder is Struby of Wall. And our class winner was Avery Brooks, Mason County 4-H. Breeder is Smithwick of Miles. Results from Class 2 market goats. 10th place was Claire Graves, Munster FFA. 9th was Lauren Calloway, Scurry County 4-H. Breeder is Book Show Goats. 8th, Avery Rawson, Robertson County 4-H. Breeder was Newsom Ripley Show Goats. 7th, Allie Haynes, Brownwood FFA. Breeder was Blue Team Weathers. 6th was Grace Gable, Live Oak County 4-H. 5th, Molly Mayberry, New Home FFA. Breeder is Smithwick Genetics. 4th, Morgan Hernandez, Hayes County 4-H. 3rd was Kylie Altum, Springtown FFA. 2nd, Madeline Howell, Comal County 4-H. Breeder is Sandra Show Goats. And our class winner was Carson Kirksey, Bell County 4-H. Breeder is Blue Team Weathers. Congratulations. Class 4 market goats can be checking in. Class 3 is in the ring. Once again, our first class of fine wool crosses should be checking in if they have not done so.
Well, heavyweight fine wool class, really a nice set. A lot of depth in this class, a lot of quality here in the top end here. I think there's several different ways you can go. I elected to use the young man's sheep. I think he's the one that handles the best. He's the one that's put together the best today in his design and shape. He's good on his feet and legs. He's really neat in his shoulder and the way his neck comes out of his shoulder. I really like his hip and hind leg when you put him in motion. He's got some base width to him. He's not the most of anything when we get him out here, and if I could change him, I'd like to square him up in the lower one-third of his forerib. I'd like to make him wider chested, but that's the one that I think we end up settling on in terms of handling quality and muscle shape and design. The one that comes second, another one that's like him that just doesn't have quite enough shape to him. He's a little flatter down his top, not quite as expressive over his loin edges or his rack shape. I don't think he's quite as stout and powerful when you get right behind him in that depth of twist or lower leg. But when you pull him off to the side profile, there's a sheep that gets his head up out of his his neck comes right out of the top of his shoulders. He's level in his top line, parallel in his lines, and good out of his hip and hind leg. And still youthful enough, I think, up through his front end. He just needs a shot more muscle and base width before we start talking about using him to win the class. The lamb in third, really a powerhouse. Tremendously thick, big-barreled sheep that's huge in his rib shape, big-backed and big-ended. All those things I like a lot about him. He's wide-based and stout-made. To me, he gets a little more mature up through his front end. He tends to drop his shoulder a little bit when you put him in motion. Doesn't travel quite as good off the move. Gets up in his spine and down on both ends. I think if I could change his design just a little bit, particularly up through his front end and elevate his chest floor, make him more youthful about his neck, shoulder, and breastplate, I think we could use this sheep to win the class. There's a powerful one with a lot of muscle in him. The sheep that ends up fourth, another one that's really probably the best handling sheep in the class, square down his top, great rib shape, really nice in his loin design. For me, he gets a little deeper in his chest floor. He gets a little rounder out of his hip. I'd like to elevate his tail set or pin set a little bit, square him up out of his hip, and let him walk better off those hind two when you get him in motion, but that one handles extremely good. Got a lot of quality and product to him. And then certainly a powerhouse that rounds out the top five, just getting a little more mature in the way he's designed up through his front one-third. I'd like to see him just a little more youthful in his head, neck, and shoulder, elevate his chest floor, and make him a little smoother. Good class. Congratulations to you exhibitors.
Okay, we're ready for our fine wool drive. From Class 1, first place went to Hadley Holt, Hill County 4-H. From Class 2, first place was Avery Brooks, Mason County 4-H. And from Class 3, first place was Rhett Dixon, Sterling City FFA. Second place from Class 1 went to Ben Flanagan, Runnels County 4-H. Second place from Class 2 was Johan Grotgut, Deaf Smith County 4-H. And second place from Class 3 was Bailey Dunlap, Runnels County 4-H. Folks, let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause. Once again, exhibitors, please make sure you bring a weight card with you to the ring. Let's give these goat exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. The champion and reserve of each breed and division will need a parent or advisor to go to the drug testing area.
What a really good fine wool division here. An awful good set. All three of them that represent their class, represent them well. I think as far as sheep that have some muscle shape and thickness and still skeletally and structurally correct enough, I think you got to use some of these sheep that are out here. Really like all three of them. I'm not going to go back and hash and discuss the issues and problems or good things or bad things that I see about each one of them. I think there's some things you could change about all of them. But I think as we start looking at our fine wool division and how we're going to try and put sheep together today, and even in this fine wool division, I think they've got to be sheep that are wide-based and have some muscle shape to them, still attractive enough up through their front end and youthful in their design. I think all of them are big enough. There's not a doubt about that. Put your hands together and congratulate these exhibitors, and I'll go out and show you my two favorites.
Our champion fine wool goes to Hadley Holt, Hill County 4-H. Our reserve champion fine wool goes to Rhett Dixon, Sterling City FFA. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Folks, if we can, if you're leaning on the rail in front on the stage area or on the bleachers, please move. We need for everybody to be able to see that are sitting in the stands. So if you are on the rail, please move. Results from Class 3 Fine Wools. 10th place was Renee Striegler, McCullough County 4-H. Breeder is Jacoby of Melvin. 9th, Emerson Ozzie, Keller FFA. Breeder is Stoltz of Menard. 8th, Chase Palmer, Coleman County 4-H. Breeder is Palmer of Coleman. 7th, Alex Etheridge, Highland FFA. Breeder is Long of Sterling City. 6th was Wesley Stevens, El Dorado FFA. Breeder is Stevens of El Dorado. 5th, Collins Brandenberger, McKellar County 4-H. Breeder is Mad Dog of Big Lake. 4th, Storm Skelton, Runnels County 4-H. Breeder is Skelton of Ballinger. 3rd went to Macy Morris, Bell County 4-H. Breeder is Jackson of Christoval. 2nd went to Bailey Dunlap, Runnels County 4-H. Breeder is Smithwick of Miles. And our class winner was Rhett Dixon, Sterling City FFA. Breeder is Jonas of Christoval. Congratulations.
Check. Mic check.
Class 5, which is the second class of fine wool crosses, can check in. Thank you, lamb exhibitors. Class 5, fine wool crosses. We need you to check in. Class 5, fine wool crosses. We are excited to have Taylor Fort with us doing our live feed today. Also excited to have Devin Sisk Photography as our official show photographer. Be sure and check out her website, devinsiskphotography.com. You can view and order photos online.
What an exceptional class. I think from 1 on down to 10 or 15, probably as good as any of them that we've had out here yet today, just in terms of goats that got a lot of width and a lot of mass, a lot of muscle to them. I struggled pulling some off the walk because I think there's some that need to be corrected in terms of just some design and skeletal issues. But in terms of just fundamentally good, wide-built, hard-muscled, high-cutability market animals, this class has got as many of those as any of them that we've had so far yet today. I kind of thought it would come down to these top three, and they couldn't be any more different. As deep as this class is and as good as it is, just in terms of those fundamentals we just discussed, I think there's a lot of give and take in them because they're not perfect. And I don't know if of the top three that there's one that just slaps me and says that they have to win just because there's so much give and take in them. And this top pair couldn't be any more different from one another. I think they've got the far-reaching, really high-quality pieces that, kind of make them stand out for different reasons within this top pair. But again, it's just whatever flavor you like in terms of which way you want to go. I struggle with the kind of red saddleback weather that we're going to start with because from the side, he wins easy in my opinion. Just in terms of length, elevation, having the extra length in neck and smoothness of shoulder that I'd prefer. He's very much more my kind. And that's why at the end I just, I kind of said, let's go with it because that's the one that hit me just in terms of skeletal build, makeup, and the way he's propped up and puts together a look from the profile. To me, that's his advantage. But the big question mark is I don't know if he's quite as round in terms of his forerib. I wish he was just a little edgier in terms of his back shape. That one handles just a notch more generic to me, and to me that's why I struggled. Because if he came out of the backside of his shoulder with just a little more edge at the edge of his loin and a little more edge down his rack, to me that one wins pretty easily. Because again, from the side, I like his length of rump. Up-fronted goat that's got some extra length of neck, and when we set him in motion, to me, I think his length of rump, assembly of his hind leg, is easily the best amongst this class. If he's got enough forerib, got enough back shape in him, that's the question. I think he's got just enough to justify the win within this class for me, because again, from the side, he's just very much more my kind than this one that comes in second. One that comes in second is a dense critter, just in terms of his bone, his width, his rib cage, the muscularity that he's got down the top side of his skeleton is unmatched within this class. And to me, he's got those far-reaching pieces that kind of move him up within this lineup. Even though he's not my kind, I can appreciate what he does well because he is a big-footed rascal that has got all the muscle you'd ever want. I think when you get off to the side of him, to me, that's where he just strikes me as a little more jammed up and a little more round built off of both ends. He got a little more shoulder, a little shorter and steeper out of his rump. And when we set him loose, I think his hind leg and his hock movement is better than the one that comes in three. I just don't think he's as up-headed and as good in terms of just his fluidity of motion off of both ends as the one that wins. And so it's that combined with the fact that he just strikes me as a bit short and a bit quick as to why he's going to be second. If you want him some power and some muscle, he can win, and I'm not going to argue with you. To me, of the pair, the one that looks more like a show goat from the side is the one we're going to go ahead and start. I like the one that comes in three when he came in. I think he's got some presence, and I think a lot of it's just the way he's presented out here. Fresh-haired, fresh-skinned, good touching goat that is really robust in terms of his center body cavity. I love the turn to that one's rib cage and his span that he's got up high in terms of width and power. You get off to the side of him, I think his lines fit together really good, and I think his transitions from the back of his shoulder into his loin and hip and tail are all very good, and I like that about him, and it's why he moves him up over a few. You study him on the move, and I think that's where he gets a little more problematic for me. He's a little stilty up front, a little short and rigid and hammer-legged in the way he's built out of his hip and hind leg, and then you study him at the ground. For as much width and power and shape as he's got up high, he's pretty refined in terms of his foot and bone work. The one that comes in four, when she gets him put together, can give you a captivating look because in terms of neck, shoulder shortness, and chest sternum placement, he is really, really good. And that one has got oodles of shape and muscle, and in particular, out of his turn to his hip and stifle, I think makes him kind of come together with some extra presence when we get him on the profile. That's another one that we talked about, one in that last class that relative to your look of them standing still and then when they're moving are two totally different beasts. He gets a little open in his shoulder and a little more active in his blade and the way he gets out and goes there, a little more rigid in the way he operates his hind leg. If we could just make that one piece together a little bit neater when she's out of him, give him a little more flexibility out of his hock. To me, that one's got some extra shape and muscle and crease and some extra wow factor from the profile when she's in him. Just doesn't come together when he's on the go. one that we round off our top 5 with, again, just in terms of rib and body and having some shape and some cutability, he's really good. Again, fundamentally, I think a very sound, practical market weather that's been presented and shown very good out here. A little plainer in terms of his look, and then I think the biggest hang-up on him that kind of hurts his first impression in my eye is just his foot and bone work, probably a little more frail and a little more refined there. Again, really good class with a lot of depth. I could be convinced either way on that top pair. Put your hands together for those exhibitors.
Results from Class 3 goats. 10th place was Richard Spencer, Fisher County 4-H. 9th, Michelle Guerrero, Floyd County 4-H. 8th, Tyson Hicks, Comanche FFA. 7th, Lindy Basoli, Brownwood FFA. Breeder was Blue Team Weathers. 6th, Michaela Verver, Hayes County 4-H. Breeder is Holscher Show Goats. 5th, Quincy Rains, Hayes County 4-H. Breeder was Newsom Ripley Show Goats. 4th, Grace Triplet, LaSalle County 4-H. Breeder is Schrank Show Goats. 3rd was Dylan Richardson, Gonzales County 4-H. 2nd, Brett Dreyer, Uvalde County 4-H. Breeder is Evans Livestock. And our class winner was Lauren Thompson, Salado FFA.
As we move into the crosses, a really nice class of lightweight crosses. I think they sort together fairly well up at the top end of this deal. I think there's a pair of them that come up here, and still with even that, I like the sheep to win handily. I think he's super good off his feet and legs. He moves around the ring well. He's wide-based and really opened up in the center part of his skeleton. And yet when you back off this guy, he's got the right design and shape, really level down his top line, super good in his hip and hind leg structure, really neat out through his front end. Maybe you could tuck him up just a hair in terms of being a lightweight, but I still don't mind that rib and depth of rear flank in one that's got that much product and power. The one in second's a notch longer from flank to flank. He's just a hair longer in his hind saddle, and one that probably doesn't touch and handle near as good as the class winner, particularly over his loin edge, but that's a really nice, powerful sheep that's big in his rack and got some maturity to him and still very attractive up through his front end and long fronted. I don't think he's quite as neat in his hip and hind leg structure, doesn't want to show himself off on the move quite as well as our class winner. The one in third is really, really built well. He's just given up too much product and power. He's not wide skeleton enough compared to the two in front of him, but he's really nice designed. That one is up in his chest floor and very youthful about his front 1/3. Really long spined kind of a sheep that's level out of his hip and good off his hind legs. Probably needs to touch with just a touch more power and product if we're going to compare him to the two right in front of him. Really heavy muscle sheep here in fourth, one that I'd like to change in his design and profile. Clean him up in his chest floor. He's a little rounder at the point of his shoulders and opened up over the top of his shoulders. His neck doesn't tie quite as good right out of his front end, off the top of his shoulders, and maybe gets just a little rounder in his muscle shape and pattern. But that one is packed full of muscle. He's super thick, and he's good off his feet and legs when you put him in motion. We round out our top 5 with another sheep that gets just a little rounder for me. I think he's a little rounder in his shoulder, a little softer to the touch. He's not as powerful down his top, but man, that guy's got a lot of product in him. He's big-hipped, a lot of stifle and leg working in that when you put him in motion. I think he's good enough off his feet and legs, just like to change him up through his shoulder and the way he handles down his top. Good class. Congratulations to you exhibitors.
Class 5 market goats can be checking in. Our Class 6 fine wool crosses can check in. Class 6 fine wool cross. Let's give these goat exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. Results for Class 4 fine wool crosses. 10th place was Miles Hoffman, Glasscock County 4-H. Breeder is Holscher of Roscoe. 9th, Grayson Crenwelke, Fredericksburg FFA. Breeder is Hartman Ruffin of Mason. 8th, Braxton Holscher, Highland FFA. Breeder is Smithwick of Miles. 7th, Kendall Gurka, Washington County 4-H. Breeder is Smithwick of Miles. 6th, Sydney Montgomery, Highland FFA. Breeder is Newsom of Olton. 5th, Reagan Slow of Tarrant County 4-H. Breeder is LZ Livestock of Fort Worth. 4th, Davis Etheridge, Highland FFA. Breeder is Newsom of Olton. 3rd went to Cooper Evans, Burnett County 4-H. Breeder is Stoltz of Menard. 2nd place was Kinley Holscher, Highland FFA. Breeder is Smithwick of Miles. And our class winner was Marin Morris, Bell County 4-H. Breeder is Pat Jackson of Cristobal. Congratulations. We will need a parent or advisor for first, second, and third of this class of goats that are in the ring. Thank you, lamb exhibitors. We need exhibitor with tag number 35676 to check in. 35676 on the lamb side. Class 5 goats, you should be checked in as well if you have not. Tag number 35676. You are still needed to check in.
Another exceptionally good class. Just a lineup from start to finish of just really practical market livestock that some of these down here end up getting beat just because they don't come to us with some of the extras. And same can be said for a few here in this top five. But nonetheless, I think a good lineup with some challenges throughout it. Again, another class, if you're going to shuffle them around, I'm not going to argue with you. Ultimately, the top pair obviously takes a little bit more of my time, out here to just kind of break those down. And before I break them down and describe them and what I see, again, it's a pair a lot like the last class. Depending on where you want to put some priorities and some emphasis, you can go back and forth within that pair. What I would tell you, if you could blend those two goats together, there wouldn't be any sense in showing the rest of the show because it'd be over. Because both of them got big-time pieces that I really, really like, but they just fall short or make me question them just a little bit within a particular area or two that prevents it from being easy to go one way or another. There's parts of my class winner I don't love, and we'll talk about that here in a second. Ultimately, I was trying to figure out, am I going to beat that one because I genuinely like one better, or just beat him because he's got some problems? And ultimately, I just like the black one better. He just is more captivating to me. And you get off to the side of him, just his presence out here. There's no question that one is geeky looking from the profile, just in terms of his length, his elevation, his neck, and the way it sits on top of his shoulder, the way he's constructed down his top line on the standstill, and just the assembly of his skeleton off of both ends I really, really like. And that one's actually quite surprising when I get on top of him because he's got more turn to his forerib and body shape than I was expecting from the outside based on just how exotic looking he is out here. To me, it's just that first impression or that extra presence when they get propped up where I go ahead and use him to win. Now he's got issues. When we set him loose, he's probably so long-bodied he doesn't stay collected enough in his top line for me. I wish that one had just a little more strength down his spine when those goats are in motion, and you get behind him. Of the top pair, there's one that's obviously a little more disappointing in terms of depth of twist, inner and lower leg shape. If that one just had more down the seam of his twist there and a little more inner leg shape, he gets easy to use, or a little more strength down his spine when he was on the go. But again, if I beat him, it's just because I'm hung up on a problem versus just gravitating to what I like, and I just like him a little bit better. One that comes in second, shape, density, forerib. Again, that one excels in those areas. And you get behind the goats, again, there's no question as to which one's more impressive in terms of twist and stifle shape. He is awfully, awfully good there. When I get off to the side of those goats, he just strikes me as a nickel plane. To be real blunt, real honest about it. He's just not quite as neat at the base of his shoulder, not quite as tucked up and neat in terms of his sternum, and it becomes more evident when they're on the go. I just read him to be a little longer bladed and a little more plain in the way he's built in the front 1/3 of his body, but his rib cage, his shortness of back, his extra expression from behind, to me, that's what makes him a contender within this class, because he handles like no other within this class. And again, it's got those advantages over that winner. I just come back to, do I genuinely like the way that one strikes me from the profile? And I think that's where he ends up being second for me. One that comes in 3, again, just in terms of shape and leanness and cutability and being a good market animal, he's exceptional there. When he postures his tail right and flags it up, I think he can give you a good enough look to justify him up here in the top end. We set him loose. He just kind of wants to funnel out of his hip and get a little more disappointing when you study him go away from you. But his rib cage, his back shape, his freshness up top is really good. And I just like his extra extension up front relative to the one that's here in 4. There hadn't been a bigger backed animal through the ring today than the one that's here in 4. Again, if that's your speed, he's awfully impressive. Strikes me as a little jammed up, a little more mature for being one at this weight in this stage of the morning. To me, I just wish that one just came to us with a little more length, a little more elevation, and didn't strike me quite as mature about his head and his skull and his neck. But nonetheless, he is an impressive beast in terms of width and power. When it comes in and rounds off our top 5, again, just in terms of length, expression, having some cutability to him, I like those things. And he's probably my preference in terms of maturity curve within the pair of 4 and 5. But I get off to the side of him, he kind of wants to set a little bit lower at the base of his tail, and you study him at the ground, probably just a little more refined in terms of his bone work. I don't know if he's got enough substance at the ground or if he's quite shallow enough up front to go ahead and swap the pair, because he's not as impressive in terms of width and shape and density as that one ahead of him. Good lineup again. It's a discussion of that top pair, if you would. Put your hands together as they exit the ring.
Excellent middleweight cross class. I think a pair on the top end of this class that'll make you scratch your head at times, but a really nice pair that complement each other very well. If I could put the two together, we'd have an awesome sheep, but that's not something I get to do. But I think if you line these two up, you got to start figuring out which way you're going to go. Young man sheep's better fronted. The front 2/3 of that one I like a lot better. He's more up in his chest floor. He's neater in his neck-shoulder junction, longer necked, ties together a lot better up through his front end. I'd love to fix his hip just ever so slightly. I think when you put this one in motion, and at times when he stands there, he gets a little rounder out of his hip, not quite as peg level as this second place guy. But man, when you get your hands on him, he's as fresh as a daisy, handles like a dream. Really nice touch to this guy. He's super fit and trim. A nice one to lead the class off and take nothing away from the one in second. Like this one a lot as well from his last rear back. I love his loin shape. He's huge in his loin. He's big in his hip, wide pin set, and he's got the hip and hind leg structure I really like to watch move around the ring. I'd like to change his front end just a little bit. To me, he gets a little deeper in his chest. He gets a little shorter necked, and his neck doesn't tie as high as it probably could. It's compared to our class winner. But I think I'm being very picky on two really, really nice sheep. Both of them deserve to be at the top end of this class. The lamb in third, another nice design sheep that handles really good. He's fresh down his top. He's got a good look from the profile. He's still youthful about his appearance, really firm to the touch. Maybe needs a shot more muscle in him, particularly in his stifle and lower leg as we compare him to the two right in front of him, but a really complete one there as well. Move this sheep up quite a bit as we get him out here. Boy, he's really square over his rack and loin, a really nice design sheep. Gets out-horsed when we get out here in terms of muscle shape and thickness and width of skeleton. I don't think he's as wide-based in his chest floor or center rib as some of the sheep that are in front of him, but a really good handling sheep that's got some muscle shape and thickness. And then we round out our top 5 with another sheep that's got some rib to him. I love his rib design. He's good off his feet and legs. He gets around and moves out here. Needs a shot more muscle to go any higher in this class today. Congratulate these exhibitors with a round of applause, please.
Results for Class 4 Market Goats. 10th place was Keegan Davis, Winners FFA. Breeder is Two Springs Ranch. 9th, Kate Higgins, Bell County 4-H. 8th, Kylie Burns, Eastland FFA. 7th, Hayes Greenway, Mills County 4-H. 6th, Emma Osborne, Llano County 4-H. Breeder is Newsom Ripley Show Goats. 5th, Kenna Sufall, Freestone County 4-H. Breeder is Newsom Ripley Show Goats. 4th, Reagan Hackler, Weiss FFA. Third, Kennedy Thompson, Uvalde County 4-H. Second, Landon Holmes, Gillespie County 4-H. Breeder is Fielder Show Goats. And our class winner was Ava Allensworth, Brazos County 4-H. Breeder is Hutto Livestock. Congratulations. Results for Class 5 Fine Wool Crosses. 10th place, Stella Sprayberry, Jones County 4-H. Breeder is Stoltz of Menard. 9th was Paige Hughes, Friendship FFA. 8th, Abigail Klein, Cypress Falls FFA. 7th was Stony Cooley, Taylor County 4-H. Breeder was Smithwick of Miles. 6th, Seth Ashley, Medina FFA. Breeder is Newsom of Olton. 5th was Peyton McAshlin, Friendswood FFA. Breeder is Cook of Ballinger. 4th went to Luke Betzworth, Canyon, New Braunfels FFA. Breeder is Smithwick of Miles. 3rd was Landry Meyer, Blanco FFA. Breeder was Hal Eckhart of Spring Branch. 2nd was Ellis Irwin, Lubbock Cooper FFA. Breeder is Jonas of Livestock of Christoval. And our class winner was Royce Cook, Runnels County 4-H. Breeder was Smithwick of Miles. Congratulations. Class 7 Market Lambs, which is the first class of South Downs, they can check in. We need the first and second place goats for classes 1 through 4 to come check in for the division drive. First and seconds from classes 1 through 4 goats. Class 6 market goats can check in as well. Class 6 market goats. Thank you, lamb exhibitors. Again, our first and second place goats for classes 1, 2, 3, and 4 need to check in. Let's give these goat exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. On the goat side, we will take a lunch break after the Division II drive. On the goat side, after Division II. Lamb side is still TBA. Still missing 5 South Downs. If you have a South Down in the first class, you need to check in. Still missing 3 South Downs for that first class of South Downs.
Really good heavyweight class of crosses here that come back into the ring. Really nice one to lead off. I think these top 2 complement one another very well, and they've got to tie together and go together. And the one that leads, it's certainly a stout-made kind of a sheep. His features are stout. He's big boned. He's big chested kind of a sheep. That's a big rib in him, big top in him, big back. I mean, this one's got a lot of product to him. He's still very attractive out through his front end. A really nice, complete sheep there to lead this class off. Don't have a lot of holes in him. If you could fix his hip or lengthen his hip just a nickel, and I'm picking on one that's pretty good, but that one's massive in terms of top shape and rib design, and really wide-based underneath. His biggest advantage over the one in second is width of skeleton. The one in second's built a lot like him. He's shaped like him up through his front end. He's long-sided. He's just not as opened up underneath. He's not as big-ribbed, and he's not as wide-based when you put him in motion as our class winner. But I think both of those sheep complement each other very well in terms of touch, handle, and tone when you get your hands on them down their top. A nice design sheep here in third. Really like him on the profile. Levels out his top line really, really good. Gets off that hind leg good. Softer to the touch. I'd like to see him firmer. I'd like to see him have more expression of muscle, particularly down his top, and be firmer over his ribs compared to the 2 that are in front of him, but a nice designed one. The one in 4 kind of follows him in terms of design. This one, too, has a really big top in him. He's big over his rack and loin edges, a big hipped kind of a sheep that's really good when he moves out off his hind leg. And for sheep that are getting this big in this heavyweight class, I think he's still youthful up through his front end. He needs a shot more bone. He needs a shot more power to get around the 3 that are in front of him. And then a smaller sheep that comes in 4th, again, a very youthful type sheep that's got a lot of product and power to him, just needs more to him. He needs to be longer. He needs to be more elevated in his chest floor or up off the ground in the front just a little more. Good class. Congratulate these exhibitors on a nice job.
On the goat side, tag number 34651, tag 40284, and tag 42045. If y'all have not checked in, you need to do so. Okay, we are ready for our fine wool cross drive. Coming out of Class 4, first place was Marin Morris, Bell County 4-H. From Class 5, first place was Royce Cook, Runnels County 4-H. And from Class 6, first place was Stratley Struby, Tom Green County 4-H. Second place from Class 4 was Kinley Holscher, Highland FFA. Second place from Class 5 was Ellis Irwin, Lubbock Cooper FFA. And second place from Class 6 was Braddock Foster Farwell, FFA. Folks, let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause. Tag 40284 and 34651. You are still needed to check in on the goat side. Tag 34651. You are needed at the check-in on the goat side.
Outstanding fun will cross division. I think an awful good set that ends up out here on the champion drive. I like all three of these lambs quite a bit. There's little things you'd change about each one. The lightweight sheep I think is really cool off his feet and legs. He's as square made and stout made as you can build one for 135, 40 pounds. Really nice designed sheep that's massive down his top. Gets a little bit deep for a lightweight, but not much. I'm just picking on one that I think is extremely, extremely good. Love his hip and hind leg structure and the way he's designed out of his loin and top side of his hip. The lamb out of the second class there, a really good handling one. He handles as good as anything out here, as fresh as he can be, a groove down his top. I don't think he's quite as up in his loin edges. He's not built that way. He's just not designed as the same as the sheep on either side of him. And I really like to fix his hip and hind leg when you put him in motion, but that one handles so good when you put your hands on him and touch him. And then we come to the heavyweight, another big bodied, stout-made sheep that doesn't just blow you away, but really the more you analyze this guy, he's wide-topped and he's big-loined and he's big at his hip and he's still youthful enough up to his front end. So I think he's hard to pick a lot of holes in. I'd like to see him just a little better in his loin and the way he ties together in his hip loin. He's not quite as neat and smooth there as some of the sheep that stand in front of him. Put your hands together and congratulate these exhibitors in the Fine Wool Cross division, and I'll go out and show you my champions.
Our champion Fine Wool Cross goes to Stratley Struby, Tom Green County 4-H. Our reserve Fine Wool Cross goes to Marin Morris, Bell County 4-H. Congratulations.
Well, here in the goat size, we kick things back up here in this class. Another really good one. I think from top to bottom, probably as close a decision between 3 or 4 of them that we ended up excusing in that last spot for me in my mind is that we've had so far yet today. And yet at the top end, I didn't think there was just an absolute freak that you had to tie to that became real obvious. And quite honestly, when this class winner came in, he walked by and I said, I really like that one. I don't know if I just love anything about him, but he's hard to punch a hole. And the longer we study him out here and break him apart, that ends up becoming his biggest advantage. That one's just pretty bulletproof out here. He's seamless in the way he's built down his top line. He's opened up underneath. He's got a big center body and rib cage in him. I love the width and just the squareness that he's got down his back when you study him up top and from behind. And again, from the side, I'm not going to say he's a freak in the way he's built, but again, just in terms of his neck set, his levelness of spine, the way he's built out of his rump, especially compared to that second one, that ends up being the biggest advantage. I think it's easier just to latch on and to run with him pretty quick in this class if he had a bigger rear leg. He's just a little more refined in terms of that rear leg and foot. I just wish we could stouten him up in terms of his feature there, but his neck set's good, his shoulder's good, and the way he's put together is seamless. Again, I think that's just an awfully good, high-quality piece of livestock that ends up being kind of the fault-free option within this class. Now, the one that comes in second is interesting, just in terms of chest width, neck set, and the way he's built down his top line, in particular his front 2/3, I think that one's awfully good. Very robust in terms of his forerib. He's got a big square rump in him when you stand behind him. Now, in terms of handling quality, he's just a nickel softer. He's a little longer haired. He's probably just a little soft and to the touch. I wish that one just met my hand with just a notch more edginess to his back shape. And then in terms of his balance and just his symmetry and proportion from the side, I just don't know if his back third's good enough. As for as good necked as he is and the way his shoulder fits into his forerib and body, those things are dead on. And then you get to his back third, he's extremely short and a little steep out of his rump and just a notch straighter in terms of his hock. I think if he could redesign the way that back third is built, he gets pretty fun one to run with within this class because of the way he's built at the ground, the way he's built up through his chest and his neck and his shoulder. One that comes in 3 is just in terms of just crispness to his muscle and leanness. He's probably as good as any of them within this class. I like that one to the touch and handle. You get off to the side of him, I just don't know if he's seamless in the way he's put together. A little deviation right there as you study him from his shoulder into his forerib, a little lower and steeper in terms of his tail set. That's just a goat that I think could be pieced together just a little bit neater. He's got the width, the rib cage, the shape, and the expression to run with the best of them within this class. I just don't know if his parts and pieces fit together and blend together quite as neat as those two that we go ahead and lead off with. But again, a good high cutability, fresh, shapely goat that I like in that regard. One that comes in next is interesting. Young man does a good job, and my compliments to him in regards to showmanship. because that's another goat we've seen through the ring a couple of times today. We've talked about a few that give you one look when they're put together because the showman does a really good job. When we get out of them, we get a different version of that goat, and I'd say that fits the bill on this one. He's got a good neck and it ties into his shoulder right. You know, I think that one can strike you with some extra presence when you back off of him. And then when we set him in loose, I think that one gets a little easy in terms of his spine, a little off in terms of his hip and rump, the way he's built from hooks to pins there. But I like his width, and again, that's another one that's really good in terms of his center body. That one just needs to be more collected in the way he's put together when we ask those goats to get out and go. One that rounds off our top 5 is a goat that probably is a little more of a struggle to get shown and presented out here. Is a little bit of a knothead. I like that goat in motion, just in terms of skeletal organization, the way his joints move. I like that one. And when he gets him put together, I think can give you a striking kind of show weather look from the side. It's just when you get at a rear view or a rear 3/4, that's kind of where he runs out of gas amongst his top 5. A little narrower chested, and then his biggest hang up for me is just a little narrow, a little raw over his loin edge and wants to funnel out of his hip just a little bit. But nonetheless, I like his skeleton, and I like the way he gets out and moves within this class. Again, a lot of depth here. A nice, solid one to go ahead and win this class. Put your hands together for these exhibitors as they exit the ring.
If the following 2 people are in the show barn, please go check in at the show office on the east side. They are Risa Chavez and Craig Isham. Please go check in at the show office.
We're ready for Class 8, second class of South Downs.
Second class of South Downs, Class 8, need to check in. Results from Class 3 fine wheel crosses. 10th place was Cale Doherty, Williamson County 4-H. Breeder is Long of Sterling City. 9th was Riley Wunderlich, Canyon Lake FFA. Breeder was Smithwick of Miles. 8th was Hunter Rocheski, Dawson County 4-H. Breeder is Struby of Wall. 7th was Riley Barrett, Tom Green County 4-H. Breeder is Jackson of Christoval. 6th was Taylor West, Sinton FFA. Breeder is Struby of Wall. 5th was Wyatt Renfro, Crockett County 4-H. Breeder is Stoltz of Menard. 4th went to Carter Morris, Bell County 4-H. Breeder is Horwood of Sterling City. 3rd was Presley Cavett, Shallow Water FFA. 2nd was Braddock Foster, Farwell FFA. And our class winner was Stratley Struby, Tom Green County 4-H. Breeder was Struby of Wall. Congratulations. We are ready for our Division I goat drive. Coming out of Class 1, we had Landry Hollingsworth, Axtell FFA. From second place from Class 1 was Laney McCall, Archer County 4-H. First place from Class 2 was Carson Kirksey, Bell County 4-H. And second place was Madeline Howe, Comal County 4-H. First place from Class 3 was Lauren Thompson, Salado FFA. And second place was Brett Dreyer, Uvalde County 4-H. Out of Class 4, first place went to Ava Allensworth, Brazos County 4-H. And second was Landon Holmes, Gillespie County 4-H. And from Class 5, first place was Danica Walker, Catula FFA. And second was Raylyn Ward, West FFA. Folks, let's give these GOAT exhibitors a big round of applause. Results from Class 5 goats. 10th place was Jace Jerish, S&S Consolidated, FFA. 9th was Elianne Byrne, Swisher County 4-H. 8th was Mason Hatfield, Mason County 4-H. Breeder was Newsom Ripley Show Goats. 7th was Cast Hinojosa, Clayburgh Kennedy County 4-H. 6th was Brendan Kennedy, Oakwood FFA. 5th was Cale Beaver, Borden County 4-H. Breeder is Two Springs Ranch. 4th went to Mason Smoot, Kendall County 4-H. Breeder is Highview Ranch. 3rd was Kimber Beggs, Midland County 4-H. 2nd, Raylyn Ward, West FFA. And our class winner was Danica Walker, Catula FFA. Congratulations. On the lamb side, we will take a lunch break after the Dorper drive. So after the Dorpers, we will take a lunch break on the lamb side. And again, on the goat side, it will be after Division 2. Need 4 exhibitors to check in for Class 8 South Downs.
One exceptional first division, and before we kind of break these down and let you know where I'm at, if you would, ringside, put your hands together for these 10 exhibitors on a awfully good way to kick off our morning. I think I felt like putting those classes together, there's a lot of give and take in some of these in particular, as you kind of get through the heart and the meat of a class. But as they come back out here, I'm quite comfortable, especially with this first row. I think all those class winners kind of fit together, and as you compare them back to the ones that are second over there, probably a little bit different in terms of their kind. And I tried to stay true in terms of when it got close, just which one do I like better? Throw individual parts and pieces out. Which ones just strike me with extra presence and hit me with extra quality? And to me, that's kind of where all these class winners had the edge within their respective contemporaries out here. But again, I'll go through them just real quick on the ones that, or especially on these class winners, because that's kind of where the decision falls for me. One that we kicked off the morning with, I like that goat quite a bit. There's times where he's kind of harder to get stuck in dirt, into the dirt and kind of get a really, really good look out of. But I like that goat in terms of his edginess to his muscle. His extra shape is really good. You study him at the ground. He's got some substance and some extra bone work. We used him in that class because I thought he had an advantage just in terms of length of rump and hip. You study him out here, I think you could shorten him up in terms of his pastern and give him a little more strength at the ground there to make his hind leg just totally ideal. But that's a good-looking goat with some extra length of hip and one that touches really, really good. Class winner out of that second class, I thought just kind of won that one pretty easily. That's one that I think is built right up front. He's got a big forerib and rib cage in him. He handles awfully good. He gives you some extra look and striking presence when you back off of the livestock. We talked about in class, if you just stouten him up in terms of his bone work just a little bit, that one to me is just a big-time player. I guess to me it just kind of strikes me as a really, really good goat. It's just a nickel frail, but nonetheless, I thought he won that class relatively easy. I think the next two classes is kind of where the decisions got tough because you got outliers within those two classes, and as they come out here within this drive, I think are still outliers. The kind of red-centered weather is one that you really like from the side. I think just in terms of his length, his top line, his elevation up front, his neck and shoulder assembly is awfully good. You study him from behind. I think he's got enough pin set, enough rump shape in him. He's got some extra substance at the ground. We talked about him in class. I just don't know if he feeds out of the back of his shoulder with just the edgiest or the squarest shape to his rack. And to me, that's kind of where I'd like to change him. If he did that, to me, he becomes a runaway winner within this class because I like him at the ground. I like him in terms of his presence from the side and from a balance perspective. I just don't know if he touches good enough. And to me, that's my big hang-up on him, but nonetheless a high-quality individual. The freak comes out next. The black-headed one is undeniably as different of an animal as we've seen in the ring today. Just his extra presence in terms of length, elevation up front, his length of neck is unmatched within this class. When I talked about in his respective class, you get on top of him, he's got more spread to his rack and turn to his forerib than I was expecting from the outside. To me, it's when you get behind him. That's kind of where you got to question him. He wants to funnel to his pins just a little bit. He gets really, really shallow in terms of his twist and a little more nondescript in terms of his stifle. That's where we need to change him. If you can change that, I think it becomes easier to run with him within this drive. The other thing we talked about in class, he is so long. You get him in motion, I think he has a hard time just staying collected. I just wish his top line stayed in him just a little bit better when we got him on the go. One that came out of that last class, again, within that respective division, I thought one that was just really, really good in terms of his fundamentals. Wide, round-bodied, square-backed, big-muscled goat that handles really fresh. You get him back out here. I don't know if he's got as much daylight underneath of him as some of these other ones. He's one that's just a notch more refined in terms of his bone work when you study him at the ground. But nonetheless, I think just fundamentally, that's a good piece of livestock that's awfully hard to punch a hole in. You just got to ask yourself if he's quite as of an outlier out here as some of these other ones. But nonetheless, I think a really, really good one. To me, it gets pretty easy on champion. I think you could flip a coin for reserve. If you would, put your hands together, and I'll show you the two that I like out of here.
Tag number 44343, we need you to check in. Our Division I champion went to Carson Kirksey, Bell County 4-H, and reserve went to Danica Walker, Catula FFA. Congratulations.
You get into the Livestock Southdown class, and I think a really nice pair on the top end of this class that are totally different in their types and kinds, just don't match up at all. I elected to use the one with more power and product to him. There's one that when she gets embraced, he's really neat in terms of his design. He's powerful in terms of muscle shape, really trimmed handling kind of a sheep that's got a big rack and loin in him. You can see the muscle working in this guy. My biggest complaint about him is when I put him in motion, he's not quite as neat fronted. He's not quite as neat in his chest floor, breastplate, and his shoulder as this lamb that comes in second. I love the design of this one in second. He's really built extremely well. Really good from the ground up. He's wide-based, stout-made kind of a sheep that's really smooth in his neck-shoulder junction and the way he ties into his, from his shoulder to his rib cage. Long-sided sheep, just not enough to him. Needs a shot more muscle in that leg, needs a shot more expression over his rack and loin to compare with that one that leads the class off, but boy, there's not a lot of holes in him other than needing some more muscle. Super nice sheep here in third that gets maybe just a nickel longer than he needs to be. In other words, he's so long that he kind of wants to break down in the middle a little bit, doesn't balance up quite as well as some of the others out here, but he is a nice designed sheep that's got some touch and handle to him. He's square down his top. He's got some muscle from behind. Nice sheep there in third. The one in fourth gets a little deeper chested, maybe a little higher in his rear flank, maybe not as fresh to the touch as some of the ones in front of him, but a nice design sheep. When you back off of this one, he's long-sided, really attractive up through his front end, got a good hip and hind leg in him. I just like to fix him there in his hide, make him a little more expressive down his top. And then a sheep that rounds out our top five that's really a lot of product in, gets too deep and too mature up through his front end for a lightweight to move any higher. Let's give these kids a round of applause for a really nice job.
Once again, we will take a roughly about a 30-minute lunch break after Division II goats and after Dorpers on the lamb side. Results from Class 7 South Downs. 10th place was Madeline Howell, Comal County 4-H. Breeder is Jennings of Fredonia. 9th was Nelly Bustamante, Andrews FFA. Breeder is Farrow of Midland. 8th went to Mason Hart, Hale County 4-H. Breeder is Ashley of Medina. 7th was Holden White, Johnson City FFA. Breeder is Flanagan of Ballinger. 6th was Haley Rodriguez, B County 4-H. Breeder is Hawes of Beeville. 5th went to Jackson Frias, Gaines County 4-H. Breeder is Fritz of Fredericksburg. 4th went to Addison Coleman, McLennan County 4-H. Breeder is Harbor of Gatesville. 3rd went to Cameron Guerrero, Live Oak County 4-H. Breeder is Fritz of Fredericksburg. 2nd was Gentry Phillips, Llano County 4-H. Breeder was West of Bryan. And our class winner was Madison Matina, Riesel FFA. Breeder is Fritz of Fredericksburg. Congratulations. We did find a pocket knife at the check-in area, so if someone lost their pocket knife, they can come retrieve it at the announcer stand. South Downs. Class 9 South Downs can check in. Class 9 South Downs. Give these lamb exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. Let's give these goat exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. We are missing 2 exhibitors for Class 7 goats. Missing 1 exhibitor for Class 7 goats.
We get into our middleweight South Downs and a really complete set here. I like this class a lot. I thought there were several in here that are very competitive sheep that had some things you got to like about them and appreciate them. I like the one that wins the class pretty handily to me, though. If you take away the fact that he might be a nickel's worth of round in his shoulder or have a little more point to the shoulder there, I can understand that. But aside from that, this one handles good. He's good off his feet and legs. He moves good. I like his hip and hind leg structure. I like that one quite a bit, young man. Congratulations on winning this class. Really complete one in second that gets out horsed in terms of muscle shape. That one's really square built, level top, great hip and hind leg, awful good on her feet, his feet and legs, great rib shape, just not enough product to this one to move over the one that wins the class. I'd like to see more expression of muscle over his rack and in his loin edges and in that lower leg to be competitive with the one that wins the class. The next 2 are close in my mind. They're 2 sheep that handle about the same. The one that ends up here in third, a really big ribbed, wide base sheep that moves around the ring well, got a big hip on him, not as good to the touch, not as firm to the touch as the 2 that litter in front of him. And then the lamb that ends up fourth, a long-sided sheep that's got a massive top in him and a big hip, just needs to be bigger boned and deeper in his rear flank. Like to open him up in his forerib just a little as well. And then we round out our top 5 with maybe the shorter-bodied sheep. Gets a little more jammed up, a little more restricted in his movement. He's so thick, he's got so much muscle, really wide-based, really stout-made sheep that it doesn't move quite as well as he could. Good class. Let's congratulate these exhibitors on a nice set of Southdowns.
Another good class with some depth in regards to just practicality and some muscularity all the way through this class. So, I thought as we started breaking out this top 5 and kind of piecing together a lineup here in our first class Division II, I thought it got a little bit challenging, to be honest. I don't know if there's one that just came out and just hit me super, super hard right out of the gate. And I think there's some high-quality pieces sprinkled throughout this lineup. I just don't know if there's one that's just an absolute outlier in my regard. But the longer I break him down, I think this one just becomes the most logical place to start, in my opinion. I think he's easily got the advantage over the one in second in regards to just forerib shape, span down the top side of his skeleton, and squareness out of his rump. And I think when we set him loose, I think he maintains his underline just a little bit better in terms of his progression from chest to flank. And I think when you get off to the side of him, I'm not going to tell you that he's just, deadly looking, but I think his parts and pieces fit together good enough and comes together in just a nice enough package in regards to balance and look. To me, honestly, what I think would help that goat just in terms of his first impression is he just doesn't strike me the most dense in terms of his bone work or his leg hair. To me, I just think that kind of hinders his first impression, but go up from there. I think that's a good ribbed, big-backed goat that handles good, that still comes together, good enough in terms of balance and symmetry from the profile. One that comes in second is probably a little more sleeker in terms of his first impression. I like that one in terms of his lateness and maturity and just the way that one's built up front. I think he's got the advantage in terms of length of neck and just elevation, the way he's built up through his front 1/3. To me, I think when you get your hands on him, it's kind of where it becomes just a little more problematic for me. He just doesn't feed out of the back of his shoulder with the same type of width and spread behind his blade. To me, we need to make that one just a notch more robust in terms of his forerib and heart girth. And then we can get out and go. Initially I wanted to say that's the good-looking one that I'll just sacrifice a little muscle on. Then we get out and set him loose. He kind of wants to drop his chest and suck his rear abdomen up in him. I just don't know if he, maintains the same progression that we'd like to find from chest to flank when that goat's on the move. But his biggest thing is forerib and heart girth's not quite good enough. One that comes in 3, it's got some wild pieces. And again, I think you talk about forerib shape, span down their back, and squareness over their loin edge. He is unmatched within this class. And I like his build in terms of his front 1/3. I think his neck set, shortness of shoulder, and sternum is awfully good. That's a goat that's probably a little excessive in terms of his progression from chest to flank. I think you could take some physical fill out of him and give him just a little more daylight underneath of him, and I'd like him just a notch better. His biggest thing is just his rear skeleton. A little more prominent about his jump muscle, a little low in terms of his tail setting. I think just the shortness and steepness of his rump throws off his balance when you get off to the side of him. But again, his forerib, loin, back shape are all absolutely incredible. One that comes in 4 in terms of length and neck set, I like that goat quite a bit. When she gets into him and puts his top line back in him, I think he can give you a look that you appreciate from the side just in terms of length and levelness. I think of the goats in the top 5, he's probably carrying the most condition over his forerib. I think you just need to free him up of some of that excess bark behind his elbow to make that one a contender to move any further. But again, from the side, I prefer him over the one that's directly ahead of him within this lineup. I just don't know if he handles good enough, in particular over his forerib, to justify that switching in my mind. One that comes in next is really, really good in terms of his hip and hind leg. I like that goat just out on the go. I think his rear 2/3 are awfully nice, and I think that goat comes together really, really nice for the young lady. To me, when you study him in motion up front, that's kind of where he gets a little more problematic. Kind of wants to drop his chest just a little bit. And then I think he's another one that you just question in terms of span behind his shoulder. Just doesn't come out of the backside of his blade with just near enough product and dimension to go ahead and move him up any further. But nonetheless, I think a quality goat. Young lady's done an awfully good job. Another good class, good way to work into our second division. Put your hands together for those kids as they head out the ring.
Once again, we'd ask if you are standing on the rails to please move so people sitting in the stands can see. Results from Class 8 South Downs. 10th place was Reed Schultz, Kendall County 4-H. Breeder was Jennings of Fredonia. 9th was Braxton Foster, Farwell FFA. Breeder is Jennings of Fredonia. 8th went to Hayden Hurst, Madison County 4-H. Breeder was Eaton of Ovalo. 7th was Grayson Schneider, Taylor Katie FFA. Breeder is Fritz of Fredericksburg. 6th went to Morgan Hernandez, Hayes County 4-H. Breeder is Jennings of Fredonia. 5th went to Addison Irwin, Lubbock Cooper FFA. Breeder was Jennings of Fredonia. 4th was Curry Smithwick, Runnels County 4-H. Breeder was Neff of San Angelo. 3rd went to Emma Osborne, Llano County 4-H. Breeder was Osborne of Llano. 2nd went to Trey Harbor, Jonesboro FFA. And our class winner was Tristan Neal, Smyre FFA. Breeder is Ashley of Medina. Congratulations. Results from Class 6 Market Goats. 10th place was Braylon Galbraith, Joshua FFA. 9th was Bristol Taubert, Runnels County 4-H. Breeder was Custer Showgoats. 8th was Brandon White, Johnson County 4-H. Breeder was Blue Team Weathers. 7th went to Tate Weidenfeller, Kendall County 4-H. 6th was Joey Harrington, Meadow FFA. 5th went to Hadley Woody, Hill County 4-H. Breeder was Highview Ranch. 4th was Kinsley Westbrook, Whitesboro FFA. 3rd went to Shelby Pernaud, Johnson City FFA. Breeder was Evans Livestock. 2nd was Reagan Downs, Whitesboro FFA. And our class winner was Zane Walker, Eastland FFA. Congratulations. We need a parent or advisor for the 1st and 2nd place goats from the last class to come to the show ring. We need our 1st and 2nd place South Downs to the show ring as well. Class 8 goats and Class 10 Dorpers. Check in. Class 8 goats, Class 10 Dorpers. Once again, our show photographer is Devin Sisk Photography. You can get your pictures made and view and order photos online at devinsiskphotography.com. Let's give these goat exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring.
Nice heavyweight Southdown class, and I think one that comes to the top of the class that's very youthful in his touch and handle, very attractive up through his front end, got a good hip and hind leg in him, handles with enough muscle. I'm not going to tell you he's the heaviest muscle one in here, but I think he balances up really well for a heavyweight Southdown. The right kind of size and shape in this one, good rib shape, good off his feet and legs, a nice hip that gets progressively wider from front to rear. The sheep in second, another trim-made sheep that gets a little bigger. He's not as expressive in his touch over his rack or loin, but I really like his body style and shape. He's one with a lot of rib shape to him. He's got some depth of rear flank, and he balances up well on the profile. Some of the same things can be said about the one that stands third. Another big rib, deep flank sheep that's got some shape to him, gives up some muscle to the two in front of him. Not quite as stout made as the two in front of him, but one that I really like in terms of body shape, style, and design as well. The fourth place lamb, another one that comes in with a great hip and hind leg. He's good off his feet and legs. Attractive sheep that's got a ton of muscle, just too soft today. He's got a little more condition over his ribs than what I'd like to call ideal. Gets a little wastier in that front 1/3 of his body. Same thing can be said about the fifth place. Big sheep that comes in that's a little high in his spine, doesn't want to relax himself and move around the ring as well as he could. His neck kind of falls off the front of his shoulder. That one's got a ton of product in him. Skeletally, though, I'd like to change him to move him any higher in this class. Good class. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
An announcement. We do have calf scrambles going on today, and there are several available spots for boy calf scramblers. So if there's any guys that are interested in calf scrambling, they can sign up and participate today. Okay, we are ready for our South Down Drive. Coming out of Class 7, first place was Madison Mutina, Riesel, FFA. From Class 8, first place was Tristan Neal, Smire, FFA. And from Class 9, first place was Madison McAshlin, Friendswood, FFA. From Class 7, second place was Gentry Phillips, Llano County 4-H. Second place for Class 8 was Trey Harbor, Jonesboro, FFA. And second place for Class 9 was Steely Blanick, Tom Green County 4-H, with her lamb Last Dance.
Really nice South Down division. I think three individuals that represent their classes well. sheep that have some muscle shape and thickness, sheep that have some structure to them, and they get around the ring and move fairly well. I think the lightweight certainly one that's extremely powerful sheep. You could smooth him up a touch in places and make his lines a little crisper, and I think he becomes even much more competitive even out here. But I think one you got to appreciate for the power and product that came out of that class. And then middleweight sheep, another one that's got a lot of product and still maintains a lot of look with it. I think he's pretty neat up through his front end, even though he's got a touch more at the point of his shoulder. I think he's got a good rib shape to him. He's big-backed and stout-made and good off his feet and legs as well. And then the heavyweight comes out of that class, a youthful sheep that's got some thickness to him. He's got some muscle down his top. He's got a good turn to his hip, handles his feet and legs really good. So put your hands together one more time, and I'll go out and select the champion in reserve from this division.
Champion South Down goes to Tristan Neal, Smyre, FFA. And our reserve champion South Down goes to Madison Mutina, Riesel, FFA. Congratulations. Missing 3 exhibitors for Class 8 goats. You need to be checked in.
As good and truly deep of a class we've had so far yet today. And I know I keep saying that as we roll into some of these classes, but they truly are really good. But I think this one takes the cake just in terms of fundamentally good livestock sprinkled all the way through this lineup in terms of just having enough width and enough mass and enough squareness to them. To me, I thought this class was absolutely top-notch and fun one to sort through. I say all that, and it is not close on top. I think that one is big-time good and wins this class for as deep as it is, really, really routinely. And it starts at the ground on that thing. He is absolutely enormous pawed, squared at the ground, really, really dense in terms of his foot and bone work. And then you study him in terms of his rib cage. That one is second to none within this class in terms of having a turn and a boldness to it. Really, really fresh, really, really square. And he props up and looks good from the side. And I say all that, and he probably looks even better on the go. I love that one when he just gets out and trots and just lets her go. because that one just hits you with just so much presence out here. And I think not only is he exceptionally good in terms of just being good livestock, he is presented absolutely dead on. And just his difference in hair and skin quality over a couple of them that are in that lineup just kind of iced the cake on one that's pretty easy to spot out here. My compliments to that young man. That's an awfully good one. One that comes in next, again, just fundamentally very sound. You know, he probably would have won some classes that we've seen so far yet today, arguably. Might have won the last one. You know, he's good in his lines. He's got some rib cage in him. I like his dimension and spread that he's got up top. He just doesn't come with the extras that we find in that winner. A little more refined in terms of his bone work, probably not as sharp and neat in the way he's built in terms of his neck and shoulder and chest, but that's a good goat that I think still hits you with some presence and some quality when you back off the side of him. And to me, I think it's just his first impression that ended up getting him over the one that comes here in 3. Young man, you got a nice goat here in 3. And again, just in terms of shoulder, chest, neck set, really, really good. And I like that one a bunch just in terms of his presence out here in regards to his skeletal organization. He's always up-headed. He's level-spined. He's just got a very good posture out here. I think he's one that always just strikes me as very comfortable in the way he's built off of both ends. That goat's got enough muscle. You know, I think he's one that touches good enough. You back off the side of him. There's something about his skin and his hair and just the way he's built and presented out here in that regard that just kind of strikes, you know, it kind of takes away from his first impression. I just don't know if he ever strikes you quite as sharp and with quite as much presence out here. And I think a lot of it's just because of his skin and hide quality, but nonetheless, that's a good goat. Fundamentally, I like just the shape and the cutability of the one that comes here in 4. Again, good in his rib cage, square backed, really fresh and square in the way he's built there. You study him from the side, I think he's starting to show some age and some maturity in the way he's built at the point of his shoulder and through the chest floor. I just don't know if he's quite as tidy and tucked up in the way his sternum sits up in him. But nonetheless, up high, I like his freshness, his squareness, and his handling quality. One that comes in next, a lot like the goat in 3rd. I think if that one had just a little better skin and hair on him, that one strikes you just a little bit harder out here. But it takes away from his first impression just a little bit. But that's another one that's opened up underneath. He's round in his body shape. He's got some squareness up high. You know, he just ends up looking just a nickel more plain as I back off the side of him, especially when she gets out of him. Kind of just doesn't fit together quite as seamless right behind his shoulder when she's not driving him and putting him together. You know, I think of the top 5, probably the one that's got the most bark behind his elbow. I think we need to lean him up just ever so slightly. But nonetheless, exceptional class. I can't speak enough of the depth of that one. Can't say enough about that winner either. Congratulate those with a nice round of applause.
Results from Class 9 South Downs. 10th place was Karsten Stevenson, Paradise FFA. Breeder was Fritz of Fredericksburg. 9th was Kylie McLeod, Grayson County 4-H. Breeder was Jennings of Fredonia. 8th was Presley Barrett, Tom Green County 4-H. Breeder was Jennings of Fredonia. 7th was Jordan Rocheski, Dawson County 4-H. 6th was Owen Hoffman, Gillespie County 4-H. Breeder is Fritz of Fredericksburg. 5th was Brett Bowers of Fredericksburg FFA. Breeder was Neff of San Angelo. 4th was Reagan Miller, Denver City FFA. Breeder is Jennings of Fredonia. 3rd went to Briley Rader, Gillespie County 4-H. Breeder is Fritz of Fredericksburg. 2nd place was Steely Blanick, Tom Green County 4-H. Breeder is Jennings of Fredonia. And our class winner was Madison McAshlin, Friendswood FFA. Breeder is Sissick Farms of Seguin. Congratulations. Class 7 Market Goats, 10th place was Briley Edmondson, San Saba County 4-H. Breeder was Williams Livestock. 9th was Mason Hart, Hale County 4-H. Breeder is Smithwick Genetics. 8th was Bailey Walker, Catula FFA. 7th was Kimber Simons, Barbers Hill FFA. 6th was Weston Hendricks, Nolan County 4-H. Breeder is Williams Livestock. 5th was Hannah Brooks, Burnett County 4-H. Breeder is Evans Livestock. 4th was Talon Toch, Gillespie County 4-H. Breeder is Sanders Show Goats. 3rd was Brazos Blue, Hill County 4-H. Breeder is Hutto Livestock. 2nd place was Victoria Phillips, Uvalde County 4-H. And our class winner was Brendan Gross, Grandview FFA. Congratulations. Class 9 market goats can check in. Class 11 Dorpers can check in. Thank you, lamb exhibitors. Once again, your Class 11 Dorpers can check in.
Well, our lightweight class of Dorpers in a nice set here. A pair on top that I think come to the top pretty handily for me. I think that's when I walk in the gate, you find these two and you say, well, which way do we want to go? You got one with more rib and volume and power. You got one with just a nickel more look to him. I went with the sheep that's got more power. He's big topped, he's big ended, big rib kind of a sheep. Yeah, you'd love to put more bone underneath him. You'd love to elevate his chest floor. You'd like to make him look a little cooler from the side. But this breed's just not built that way, and that's where we end up. The one in second, I think's got to follow him. Another one I like quite a bit. Love his rack shape. When he comes out of that shoulder, this one really pops up a good rack and a loin in him. He's not as massive. He's not as powerful in terms of thickness down his top or in that leg. I think he's a little cooler to look at from the profile, especially up through the front 1/3 of his body. The black-headed lamb that comes third, another nice designed one from a profile. I like the bone work underneath him. He's given up too much muscle today to get around the two in front of him. I don't think he's as big-ribbed or opened up in the center part of his skeleton as the two that are in front of him, but a nice designed one that has enough muscle, I think, to work his way up here to the top end. The fourth place white-headed Dorper, another one that's really similar to our one in third. Not enough to him, but really nice designed. I think he's built well off of both ends. He gets around the ring and moves well. Neat neck-shoulder junction in him. He's level and parallel in his lines when you watch him from the side. I just like to see more product to him to move him any higher. And then a big-framed, long-bodied sheep that's just not thick enough that ends up our top 5. Put your hands together and congratulate these exhibitors on a nice lightweight Dorper class.
Attention Class 9 goat exhibitors, we are missing 6 entries. Attention Class 9 goat exhibitors, we are missing 6 entries. Please make your way to the arena at this time.
Results from the first class of Dorpers. 10th place was Reed Schultz, Randall County 4-H. 9th was Audrey Lindley, Collin County 4-H. 8th was Macy Allison, Gatesville FFA. 7th was Noel Ezel, Keller CTE FFA. Breeder was Jennings of Fredonia. 6th was Landry Ferguson, Shallow Water FFA. 5th went to Henry Horster, Jackson County 4-H. Breeder was Drennan Gallagher of Mason. 4th went to Mackenzie Allison, Gatesville FFA. 3rd was Craddock Ferris, Blanco FFA. Breeder was Preston Ferris of Sonora. 2nd was Knox Paget, Fredericksburg FFA. Breeder is Rich of Fredericksburg. And our class winner was Parker Cook, Runnels County 4-H. Breeder is Book of Miles. Congratulations. Thank you, lamb exhibitors.
Well, again, my compliments to these exhibitors. Another good class. Some challenge to sort through this one, maybe just a little bit different from our last class, just in terms of having more spread from start to finish within this particular group. And again, pretty tough call on those last couple spots to fill here. But nonetheless, I think a good class. I think there's just some more drastic differences and maybe some more defined lines in terms of quality within this particular lineup, but I think a good class. I think the top pairs are pretty easy to find within my mind, and then within that one, I think there's one with just some more interesting pieces. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you that he's perfect. I just think I find him a little bit neater, a little more intriguing, and I think he's got some more far-reaching attributes that kind of stick out as soon as he comes in. I think just in terms of shortness of shoulder and sternum placement, being a little bit neater at the floor of his chest, I think he drastically excels that goat that's going to come in second. He comes to us with some length and one that's exceptional just in terms of his handling quality, fresh and edgy in terms of his muscle. You know, I think you study him at the ground. I think he's got enough bone work. I think you could stouten him up in terms of his foot just a little bit. My biggest thing on him is when we get out and set him loose, he's just kind of got that deviation behind his shoulder and that slight hitch in terms of his spine. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that he's unsound, but I do wish he just kind of fit together a little bit neater when that goat was on the move, because he's got some big-time parts and pieces just in terms of his shoulder, his chest, his extra shape and squareness. I just wish his top line fit in him just a little bit neater. Now, that's where the black-headed 1 and 2 does have an advantage. He's a glossy smooth in terms of his top line and seamless in his transitions from the back of his shoulder into his loin and to the base of his tail. I like those things about him, and he's got some elevation up front as well. you know, I get off the side of him, even though he is smoother in the way he's put together in terms of his spine. I still read him to be just a little bit plainer, maybe not quite as neat at the point of his shoulder, got a little more breastbone and chest floor in him relative to that class winner. And I think one that's plenty good enough and fresh enough in terms of his muscle. It's not near as creasy as the one that we go ahead and start with, but nonetheless, I think that's a good kind of goat that's got some presence out here, and I think fits comfortably into second for me. Again, maybe just not quite as the big-time memorable pieces that we find in that one that starts. I think from there on is where the sort comes. And honestly, this goat that comes in 3 probably looks better on the go than he does just standing still, because he's too stilty off of both ends. But when that one gets out and goes, he's got his head up in the air. That one can get out and travel good enough for one that's too straight, but one that's exceptional in terms of touch and handle and cutability. I think that's his biggest advantage over the one that's going to come there in 4. I just wish his skeleton was pieced together a little bit better. One that comes in 4 is a lot like the one that comes in 2nd. I think just in terms of being solid, in terms of his balance and posture and proportions from the side, I think he's good there. Probably a little bit neater in the way he's put together than that one that's ahead of him within this lineup. He's just a frailer bone goat that's got some excess bark over his forerib. I just don't read him to be quite as shapely and high cutability as some of those ones ahead of him within this lineup. And at the end of the day, I just back off of him, and I think his parts and pieces read just to be a little bit plainer in my eye. But nonetheless, I appreciate him from a fundamental standpoint. One that comes in next, long-necked, short-shouldered goat that I think's, again, probably got some pieces of balance that are a little more intriguing than some of them within this class. He just doesn't tie it all together. There's times where he gets a little easy behind his shoulder, and I think part of it is he's just not quite as robust in his forerib, not quite as smooth in the way his shoulder hooks it into his body cavity, and one at times can get a little bit low in his tail set due to being a little more prominent in his jump muscles there. He's got some shape, he's got some muscularity. I just don't know if he ties it all together quite neat enough for me. But again, good class again, pretty easy top pair there to find. If you would, congratulate them with a nice round of applause.
Results from Class 8 goats. 10th place was Isabella Quintanilla, Kleins Collins FFA. 9th was Alina Kowalik, Karnes County 4-H. 8th was Emily Matina, Riesel FFA. 7th was Briley Wieland, DeWitt County 4-H. 6th was Carson Burkham, Burnett County 4-H. Breeder was Evans Livestock. 5th was Tana Windeberg, Deer Park FFA. 4th was Gunnar Toch, Gillespie County 4-H. Breeder is Toch Show Goats. 3rd was Brindley Gimbler, Wilson County 4-H. 2nd is Blake Wells, Cypress Ranch FFA. Breeder is Sturt Show Goats. And our class winner was Trey Harbor, Jonesboro FFA. Congratulations.
Well, our heavyweight class of Dorpers, another pair that comes to the top of this one pretty easily for me. I like the two that we ended up with here in first and second. Both of them are sheep that have some design to them. They got some shape to them. They got some muscle. I like the white one just a tick better than the black-headed one. I think he's a square-made sheep. He's certainly square from hock to ground and knee to ground when you put him in motion. He's really square in that lower one-third of his body and rib design. Good chest floor in him, great rib shape in him, and still attractive out through that front end, and puts together the package in the neatest design, in my opinion. Now, the black-headed sheep that comes second, probably just a touch more bone and ruggedness of feature, but not as much muscle. I think he gets a little bit pinched in his forerib. I don't think he's quite as good in the sweep to his rear rib and rear flank. Not near as much expression of muscle over his rack and loin as we find in our class winner, but a pair that I think's got to stay together in terms of skeletal design, muscle, and shape. The sheep that comes third, I like this one a lot in terms of body. Handles like a dream, handles as good as anything out here, gets a little frailer in his design. He needs more bone work. He needs to be a little more rugged underneath to compare to the two that end up in front of him. A really nice square built one here in fourth, got more bone to him, just needs more top shape. He's not as expressive down his top. He's not as expressive, excuse me, when you get right behind him as the three in front of him. And then a big white sheep that I really liked a lot from the profile. He disappoints me a touch when I get my hands on him. He's not as full and fresh and thick right over his rack and loin, not quite as pulled together as he should be for his size. A good class, though. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Okay, we are ready for our Dorper drive. Coming from Class 10, first place went to Parker Cook, Runnels County 4-H. And from Class 11, first place was Brazos Blue, Hill County 4-H. Second place from Class 10 was Knox Paget, Fredericksburg FFA. And second place from Class 11 was Peyton Hanley, San Saba County 4-H. Folks, let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause.
Well, and again, another nice division here as we talk about our Dorpers. A pair of Dorpers, actually all four of them, I like quite a bit, but the two that win their classes, I think come to the top pretty handily for me. The lightweight sheep, extremely powerful in terms of muscle. He's really pulled apart in the center part of his skeleton. He's big-backed and stout-made and still got enough look to him. I'll admit that the heavyweight does have more design and look, When you get off of him, he's a little neater in his chest floor. He's a little longer necked. He's put together just a touch differently and better about his head, neck, and shoulder, and still has a lot of product and muscle to go along with it. So a really good pair. They're followed up by another set of sheep that I think are very good. Put your hands together and congratulate these champions, and I'll go out and select your champion in reserve.
Champion Dorper went to Brazos Blue, Hill County 4-H. And reserve goes to Parker Cook, Runnels County 4-H. Congratulations. Once again, the lamb side will now take about a 30-minute lunch break. Missing 2 exhibitors for Class 10 goats. Results from Class 11 Dorpers. 10th place, Macy Holcomb, Decatur FFA. 9th, Claire Pogue, Burnett County 4-H. Breeder is Wilson of Stephenville. 8th, Addison Hodenberger, Blanco County 4-H. 7th, Isaiah Salazar, Brown County 4-H. 6th, Keely Ham, Bell County 4-H. Breeder is Jade of Mason. 5th, Gavin Slow, Tarrant County 4-H. Breeder is Kelly of Zephyr. 4th was Teal Alvarado, Coryell County 4-H. Breeder is Drennan Gallagher of Mason. 3rd was Hadley Johnson, Medina County 4-H. Breeder is Kelly Hairsheep of Zephyr. 2nd, Peyton Hanley, San Saba County 4-H. Breeder is Running TC of Toller. And our class winner was Brazos Blue, Hill County 4-H. Breeder is David Wilson of Stephenville. Congratulations. Give these goat exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. Missing 5 exhibitors for Class 10 goats. You need to check in. We need Carson Kirksey to come to the show ring to get his bio sheet to fill out. Lamb and goat exhibitors, any animal that qualified for the sale must take a photo. So be sure if you have an animal that qualified for the sale, that you go get a photo taken at the backdrop.
another good class. Probably a little more depth and probably a little more close calls, anywhere from fourth on into to about ninth or 10th within this class. And again, end up having to excuse a couple that are right there on the line. I thought ultimately there was some decision to make amongst this top 5, and there's a lot of parts and pieces to all of them that I really, really like. But there was never any hesitation on which one we're going to lead off with within this class. And I think this one wins this particular group rather handily. I think that's just a good kind of goat that strikes you with some presence. He comes in and can move right with both ends of his skeleton. He hits the ring up-headed, good spine, can move his parts and pieces right. And then you study him just in terms of his rib cage and his span up top. I think is exceptionally good. And then one that's really square in the way he's built in his upper hip. I think that's his biggest advantage over a few of them behind him within this lineup. Again, just a good kind of goat that's hard to punch a hole in within this particular class, and I think a rather easy one to find within this group. From there, that's where the decision comes, because again, there's parts and pieces to the remaining 4 of these that I really, really like. It's just a matter of which ones have the least amount of problems in my mind, and ultimately just keep working up the spot-backed one here in a second. I like him when he's standing still. Length of body, levelness, the way he's built up front is good. I think he's just a little more seamless in the way he's built from his shoulder into his forerib and center body cavity compared to the one that's going to come here in 3. He's just not quite as stout and square out of his rump is the one that wins. And to me, his biggest hang-up and why I can't just fall in love with him, and it's just the way he's built off of his rear leg. A little extra set, a little insecure in the way he's built to his hock, and I think one that kind of reaches up underneath of himself a little too much with a little too much bend to his rear leg. To me, we just need to change the way he's built from his pastern into his dew claw up into his hock to make that one a little more attractive for me. They tell me that the young man's goat here in 30 was attacked by dogs at some point. My compliments to you guys for sticking that one out. That's a good kind of goat, and I think he certainly deserves to be up here. One that's unmatched in terms of just his edginess up top, in terms of the crispness to his loin, really lean over his forerib. And as a result, I don't know if he transitions quite as nice from his shoulder into the rest of his body cavity, and that's end up what's going to get him beat today. I just wish he was a little more robust in the turn to his forerib. I think that would help him hook up just a little more seamless right there from his front third into his center body. But nonetheless, I like that goat in terms of his shallowness of chest, his turn to his stifle from the side, and again, from just a shape and cutability standpoint, he's exceptional as well. One that comes here in 4, I love the front 2/3 of him. You talk about length of neck, elevation, being built right in terms of their shoulder and their chest, and one that feeds into his forerib and back, just awesome. That one is really, really square up top and really robust in his center rib cage. If that one had a back third to match the front 2/3, we'd be cooking with gas on that one. I just don't like his hip and hind leg. He's just a little steep out of his hip and just a little narrow out of his rump as well. And he goes down on a hind leg that's just a little too skinny and a little too refined for me. We need to pick that one up in his tail set, change his hock set, stouten him up off his rear leg. Again, his front 2/3 are ideal in my mind. It's just that back third that gets him in trouble. If the goat in 5th is your kind, that one could arguably make a play to win this class. Moderate, stout, dense, really opened up. I think all those things really describe that one. And I like his bone work underneath of him a little bit better than the goats, probably in 4 and 3. To me, it's just when that goat's loose. I just don't love the way that one strikes me when that goat's in motion. A little deep in terms of his chest, a little more prominent about his sternum. I think you study him up front. He's one that's so opened up front. He's not real square the way he's built from the point of his shoulder into the ground, the way he plants up front. And to me, again, that one's just skeletally, he's not my speed. But again, if you want some moderation and some extra density, he does those things to a very, very high degree. Again, my compliments to those exhibitors as they exit the ring. Put your hands together for them on an awfully good job.
Our first and seconds for classes 6 through 9 goats can check in for Division II drive. Results from Class 9 goats. 10th place was Kaylee Knowles, Harris County 4-H. 9th was Trace Guthrie, Marion FFA. Breeder is Highview Ranch. 8th was Channing LaRue, West Rusk FFA. 7th was Hadley Hornsey, Tom Green County 4-H. Breeder is Newsom Ripley Show Goats. 6th was Clegg Bays, Axtell FFA. Breeder is Shrank Show Goats. 5th, Holden Wise, Brown County 4-H. 4th was Mason Lee, Midland County 4-H. 3rd, Hunter Pellerin, Wilson County 4-H. 2nd was Knox Paget, Fredericksburg FFA. Breeder is Sanders Show Goats. And our class winner was Kenzie McCall, Archer County 4-H. Congratulations. Once again, we need our first and second place goats from classes 6 through 9 to check in. Let's give these goat exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. Once again, if you have a first or second place goat from classes 6 through 9, we need you at check-in. Class 12 medium wolves can check in if they have not.
Another good class. Again, can't be complimentary enough to these exhibitors that brought out an awfully good set and very deep set. And quite honestly, another class that you could do a lot of things with the goats on down this lineup, and a couple others that had to go out the gate. But I think at the top end got some nice ones that represent quality, even though they're just a little bit different from one another. And honestly, we're kind of getting to a point where some of these things are starting to look just a nickel mature and look starting to show their age just a little bit. And I think there's going to be some more emphasis put on some trimness and some extra hard muscle shape, and just how neat do they stay in terms of their build and their design. And I thought within this class there were some awfully high quality goats that probably are just a shot past 12 o'clock for me. But nonetheless, I think at the top end, the one to win this class is pretty easy to find in my mind. To me, it's not negotiable on which one's going to win this class. I think just in terms of center body and forerib shape, he is unmatched within this particular set of contemporaries, and still has some neatness about him, and the way he's built up through his shoulder and his sternum, the way his neck ties into the top of his blade is awfully good. And that goat, actually like him better on the move than I do propped up. He kind of wants to hang his tail just a little low, but you throw that guy in motion, man, that thing is up-headed, level-spined, his running gear's right. Again, I like his center body, his freshness of back, and his trimness over his forerib quite a bit better than some of them behind him within this lineup. If I'm going to change him, stouten him up off his rear leg and his foot just a little bit, I think if that goat came and hit the ground with just a little more density at the surface, to me, I think that one gets plenty exciting. He's an awfully high-quality one. Just wish he was a nickel stouter at the ground. I was telling them over here, I thought this red-hipped goat was awfully nice and awfully high quality, and quite frankly, would have liked to seen him about 30 days ago. He's just not quite as fresh right behind his shoulder, and that's quite frankly why he's going to get beat, and honestly why it's close between 2 and 3. To me, I just don't know if he feeds out of the back of his shoulder with enough squareness and enough true rack shape to him. But I like that goat in terms of his build, his posture, and the way his parts and pieces fit together. Exceptionally long rumped. I like him out of his hip and just squareness up high. He plants true at the ground. To me, again, I think that one gives you a look of quality. He's uniquely marked. I think he's easy to find out here. I think you could just trim him up just a little bit in terms of his chest floor, just a notch. Main thing is make him a little bolder in his forerib, make him a little fresher in terms of his rack shape. The one that comes in third, I think probably handles just a little bit fresher. I think that one's it's probably starting to show his age in a different manner. To me, I think you start studying him up through his head and his poll, his neck, the base of his chest and shoulder. To me, that's kind of where he starts looking just a little stale and a little more mature out here. But they've done an excellent job in terms of keeping that one trim and fresh, and his handle quality is spot on out here. To me, it's the way he's built behind his shoulder in terms of his square stand-up rack shape and his freshness as to why he pushes the red-hipped one for the second spot within this class. To me, you get out of him, set him loose. I think he gets a little more active in his shoulder, a little more prominent at the base of his chest. And honestly, I would tolerate that if he was just a bit square out of his upper hip and rump. He kind of wants to funnel out of his tail just a notch out of his upper hip. If he was either more tidy up front or square rumped, to me, he's got the freshness in the center body to go ahead and be second within this class pretty easily. One that comes here at 4, again, a high quality animal. I think he's got some foot and some substance down low. I like that about him. He's one that's probably as fresh and just as good in terms of his leanness as any of them out here. With that, I think he's just a little stilty off either end, a little more upright in his blade, a little forward in terms of his knee. And I just don't know if he's the neatest one off of his hip and hind leg and the way he's built there skeletally. But he's trimmed, and he's got some extra shape. Even though he's not as robust in his forerib as the one that's directly ahead of him, I do appreciate his leanness and his freshness. One that comes down and rounds off our top 5, again, good in terms of his center body, his rib cage, his levelness of lines. I like how seamless he is in terms of his top line construction. You back off of him, though, he's probably just a little deeper up front, a little more full in terms of his abdomen and lower body. To me, I think that kind of gives him just the first impression of being just a little bit plain. I think he's got the fundamentals to beat a lot of those behind me. You get him up here to the end, I think you can get a little more nitpicky on him. I just don't know if he's got the same presence that we find in some of those, but nonetheless, I like his levelness and his center body quite a bit. If you would, congratulate them as they go out there and ring with a round of applause, an exceptional way to end the second division.
Okay, we are ready for our Division II drive. Okay. Ready? Class 6. Out of Class 6, first place went to Zane Walker, Eastland FFA. Second place was Reagan Downs, Whitesboro FFA. Out of Class 7, first place was Brendan Gross, Grandview FFA. And second place was Victoria Phillips, Uvalde County 4-H. Coming out of Class 8, first place was Trey Harbor, Jonesboro FFA. And second place was Blake Wells, Cypress Ranch FFA. Class 9, first place was Kenzie McCall, Archer County 4-H. And second place was Knox Paget, Fredericksburg FFA. Class 10, first place was Mackenzie Evans, Burnett County 4-H. And second place was Nolan Laminack, Tom Green County 4-H. Folks, let's give these goat exhibitors a big round of applause.
Once again, before we break these down and get started kind of going through my thoughts on this division, if you would, put your hands together and congratulate these 10 exhibitors. Another outstanding division and a lot of depth in this division. I thought Division 1 was really good just in terms of finding some intriguing pieces at the top end that maybe it didn't all come together at times, but some very interesting ones. And then I thought coming into this division, there's probably as many just good, solid, good pieces of livestock within this division as we've seen. And, maybe some of those classes got just a notch thinner than others, but I thought just in terms of good projects that you should have been proud to bring Rodeo Austin, this division's been exceptional. I'll go through them just real fast and kind of let you know where I'm at on them. I thought that first class, there's a pair of them that are just a little bit different from one another, and honestly used the more moderate, stouter option just because I thought he was a little bit better in his forerib, and I thought came together with enough balance and just proportion from the side. He's not as nifty looking as that one that was in second behind him, but quite a bit more of an upgrade just in terms of upper hip and just width from behind and just turn to his forerib. We talked about in class, stouting him up at the ground just a little bit. I think he needs to be a bit denser at the surface, but that's a good kind of goat. Talk about one that is dense and burly at the ground, and that is this one out of the second class here. Again, you just can't help but gravitate to that one. He is undeniable in terms of his presence, and once again, it helps that he's so good in terms of his foot and his bone, his hide and his handle and his hair is just all on point. And again, just fundamentally very good. Big rib cage, square back, fresh. When he gets out and goes, again, I think you can't help but gravitate to that one. I think he's awfully nice. One that was second, again, just very fundamentally sound. He just couldn't warm him up in terms of having some of those extras, and that's why he was second. But again, a good goat in terms of width and having some rib and some body to him. An interesting goat out of Class 3. And again, as I think back to that class, I thought maybe just as much give and take through the heart of that one as any of them. And honestly used a goat that's probably a little problematic for me just in the way he's built down his spine, but I at least found him intriguing. You know, again, I thought he had some far-reaching pieces just in terms of neck set, shortness of shoulder, the way he's built up in his sternum. His shape and his expression is all extremely good as well. I just wish he tied it together a little better. I wish he came to us a little bit smoother right behind his forerib and the way he's built into his spine. I think everything could just fit together a little more relaxed and just a little bit more seamless. If you did that on that one, he's a big-time player because, again, in terms of out there pieces, he's as out there as any of them within this lineup. One that was second was probably a more conventional option just in terms of being very fundamental and very solid. You know, to me out here, he's probably one of the fatter goats that's probably could be trimmed up a little bit. I just didn't read him to be as unique. You know, he's not quite as neat up front. He's good in his lines. He's good in terms of his rib cage. You know, it just doesn't come together quite as neatly as that class winner did. One that comes out of the Class 4. Again, I thought won that class pretty handily. That one's not going to be one that just blows you away in any one area, but that's a high-quality piece of livestock. And another one that I like an exceptional amount when he's just out in his natural state on the go. You know, good in his lines, proportional. I like the way he comes together from the side. Another one that's really fresh and bold in terms of his body shape. To me, I think that one's just awfully high quality and awfully nice. There's freakier ones out here, no question, but that's an awfully high quality individual. One that comes in second in that class, again, his front 2/3 are awfully good. I thought in terms of neck, shoulder, chest, having some freshness and some shape, he was exceptional there. That's one that needs to be rebuilt out of his hip and hind leg to get a little more competitive out here, a little steeper out of his hip, a little more insecure in the way it goes off of his hock and the way he's built at the surface, but nonetheless a high quality one that fits out here. One that comes out of that last class, again, we commented, and I think it fits out here as well. When that one's on the move, I really like him. You know, just in terms of neck set, shortness of shoulders, chest, and all those things are very good. His spine's setting him right. He's got some length out of his rump, and he postures his tail good when he gets out and goes. That one's center body is exceptional. Again, in terms of having some forerib and heart girth and having a big spread up top, he's very, very good. You know, if he had a little more presence out here just in terms of the sharpness to his hide and his skin and came to us with just a little more density down low in terms of his bone work, he's got the rib cage and the shoulder set and chest plate that I really, really like. You know, it's just a matter of is he stout enough at the ground, but an awfully good one as well. One that comes in a second there, again, we talked about 30 days ago, probably like him even more. He's probably just a notch staler right behind his shoulder. Is good off of his hip and hind leg. He's square rumped. He's got some rib cage in him. I just wish he was just a little bit better right there behind his shoulder in terms of freshness and squareness and the way he fed out of his blade. Exceptional division. Again, it's not any disrespect to any of them within this lineup. I thought coming out of that first division, you could have done a lot of different things, especially out of that reserve spot. To me, I'm quite comfortable with the two that come out of this division. I'll show you those two, but if you would, put your hands together for all 10 of these individuals for an awfully, awfully stout lineup.
Our Division II champion is Brendan Gross, Grandview FFA. And reserve is Kinsey McCall, Archer County 4-H. Congratulations. Class 10 goat results. 10th place was William Patton Wagner, Martin County 4-H. Breeder is Two Springs Ranch. 9th was Sophia Dykes, Clear Springs FFA. 8th was Rihanna Clayman, Tom Green County 4-H. Breeder is Sturt Show Goats. 7th was Braden Becker, B County 4-H. Breeder is Shrank Show Goats. 6th was Tori Peters, Brazoria County 4-H. 5th, Georgia Munden, Merkel FFA. Breeder's No Step Ranch. 4th, Paisley Akins, Grayson County 4-H. Breeder is Bryson Borgoats. 3rd was Deacon Gann, Wichita County 4-H. 2nd was Nolan Laminack, Tom Green County 4-H. Breeder is Two Springs Ranch. And our class winner was Mackenzie Evans, Burnett County 4-H. Breeder is Evans Livestock. Congratulations. Once again, the goat side is now going to take about a 30-minute lunch break. So we will start back up with that side at 2 o'clock. Our Class 13 medium wolves can check in. Class 13.
What's that? 2/3, I guess. Yeah.
Noble Laminack, please come to the show ring. Noble Laminack, you're being paged. Once again, your Class 13 medium wolves, come check in. Folks, let's give these lamb exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. Tag 53497. You need to check in on the market lamb side. Tag 53497. We still need you at check-in.
I am cold with these half britches on. I am. It was a good decision because I thought it looked cute, and now, no.
Yeah, you need to dress more for warmth than what it looks
Yeah,
like.
well, I figured that out once I got here, and I was like, oh no.
Well, good afternoon. As we come back into after lunch break and start evaluating the medium wools. I think an awful good set to start off our lightweight class. I think a nice trio of sheep on the top end here, all three of them that I really like quite a bit. There's some things you'd like to change about each one, but I really like all three of them, and honestly, all three were in consideration for a champion of this lightweight class. The one I'm going to end up using, I think, is just so much better in terms of his spine and the way he's designed out of his head, neck, and shoulder. Gets out and moves really well. He's level in his design, tremendous amount of muscle shape to go with it. I think he's better than the one in second in the way he's designed up through his forerib and the way he's designed in his shoulder shape and how his neck comes out of his shoulder. He's a little more uphill than the one we have in second, and certainly both of these sheep have a ton of muscle, a ton of practicality to them, a lot of rib and rear flank in them. I like these two quite a bit. The one in second maybe has just a touch more rack shape to him. He's huge in his rack, not quite as fresh in his loin as our class winner, and I think my biggest disadvantage for him in this drive is that he does tend to run downhill a little bit. He gets a little rounder in his shoulder and more open in his front end than the one that wins the class, but both of these are really, really neat sheep. A lot of product, a lot of power to them, and a lot of things you got to like about him. The little sheep in third, I like quite a bit. That's as correct a one as you can make. He's really designed well. Super good off his feet and legs. He's neat up through his front end. He's long-necked and long-topped. One that when you get your hands on him, he doesn't disappoint you, other than that there's not enough sheep there to get around the two in front of him. He's a little narrower gauge than the two in front. He's not quite as powerful in terms of touch and handle down his top or in his leg, but a really, really complete one there that ends up third. The lamb in fourth, really nice in terms of top shape. Big, powerful top in this one. Love the rib shape in him. Doesn't balance up as well. Gets a little deeper in his chest floor and shoulder than he is from behind. I think he could use just a shot more power and muscle in that stifle and lower leg when you watch him move away, but a really nice sheep there that handles extremely good as well. We round out our top five with probably the greenest of the top. He's the one that probably isn't ready yet today. Really like this sheep a lot off his feet and legs. He's structured well. He's muscular. He's stout-boned. He's stout-featured. Just needs a little more time on feed, I think, to catch up to the ones in front of him. Great class. Congratulations to you exhibitors.
Last call for tag 53497. Your group is going in the ring. Class 11 market goats can check in. Results from Class 12 medium bulls. 10th place was Riley Mae Clark, River Road FFA. Breeder was Newsom of Olton. 9th was Presley Goodner, Wise County 4-H. 8th, Claire Martin, Swisher County 4-H. Breeder is Newsom of Olton. 7th was Audrey Carr, Randall County 4-H. 6th, Cole Sufall, Freestone County 4-H. Breeder is Newsom of Olton. 5th, Deacon Gann, Wichita County 4-H. Breeder is Chad Walker Livestock of Olden. 4th, Caitlin Chabot, Brazos County 4-H. 3rd, Braxton Mock, Kendall County 4-H. 2nd, Coda Davis, Sutton County 4-H. Breeder is Moore Livestock of Sonora. And our class winner was Sydney Hanslick, Jim Ned FFA. Breeder is Chad Walker Livestock of Olden. Congratulations. Once again, Class 11 goats should be checking in. Thank you, lamb exhibitors. Still missing 2 goat exhibitors. If you have a goat in class 11, you need to be checked in. Class 12 goats, check in, Class 12. Still missing 5 exhibitors from Class 14 medium wolves. Let's thank these goat exhibitors as they exit the ring. Missing 2 exhibitors for Class 14 medium wolves. We need you at the show ring immediately. Tag 54083. You need to check in immediately. 54083.
Class 2 medium wool's a really good set. A lot of depth in this class. I like a lot of these sheep in here. Didn't settle on one necessarily until I come down to the very end. And this guy, I think, is the one that I'm going to settle on. I like the design of this one from a profile standpoint. I'll be the first to tell you, in my mind, when I handle this one, he's a little bit extra in terms of cover. But man, is he nice in terms of design and his shoulder shape, his neck coming out of the top of his shoulder, his lines are parallel, his feet are underneath him good. There's some things about this second place sheep I like a lot better, but really when I settle back down and look at what makes a good show sheep and what they should profile like, and then when I get my hands on him and I say, man, he's there. There's a lot of power there. Got just a nickel more condition on him than what I'd call ideal, but I like that one quite a bit. He's still youthful enough up through his front end, even for a second class. The one in second is better fronted. He's a trimmer sheep that's really expressive down his top. He's given up some muscle shape over his loin edges. He's given up some muscle when I get right behind him and look at his stifle and lower leg. But more importantly, I'd like to change his hip and hind leg structure just a touch as we compare him to our class winner. I don't think he comes out of his tail set or his dock or his pin set quite as good as the sheep that leads the class off. I don't think he's got quite as good a set to his hock when you put him in motion. But a nice pair on the top end. Take nothing away from the lamb in third. There's a really nice, well-balanced sheep as well from the profile. He gives up too much muscle shape down his top. He's the narrowest down his top and the flattest rib of the top 3, but a really complete one that's good off his feet and legs, gets around the ring and moves well, and the young man does a great job of showing him. The blue sheep that comes next, another one that's got a huge rack in him, but he's not quite as good in his loin. I'd like to fix him in his loin edges and up his loin edges and make him smoother there. He doesn't handle with that smoothness down his top that we find in the lambs in front of him. He's a little rougher through his loin edge and his hip loin junction, not quite as stout there, but a really nice complete one that when you get back in, you got to admire the rib shape in him and the skeletal width that he does have. Another very youthful appearing lamb that ends up in 5th, long-bodied sheep that's really trimmed to the touch, really neat out through his front end, needs a shot more to him to move any higher in this class. Let's congratulate these exhibitors on another nice job.
Missing 7 goats on the goat side. Need to check in. Results from Class 13 medium wolves. 10th place was William Spaeth, Harper FFA. Breeder is Lyle Spaeth of Harper. 9th, Dawson Lott, Luis FFA. Breeder is Rockin' C of Tahoka. 8th, Brenna Francis, Silverton FFA. 7th, Levi Jonas, Tom Green County 4-H. Breeder is Rockin' C of Tahoka. 6th, Pierce Lawn, Nueces County 4-H. 5th, Holden Wise, Brown County 4-H. 4th, Chloe Clem, New Home FFA. Breeder is Rockin' C of Tahoka. 3rd, James Wilkie Schultz of Guadalupe County 4-H. 2nd was Raylyn Ward, West FFA. And our class winner was Zane Walker, Eastland FFA. Congratulations. Missing 4 goats now on the goat side. Class 15 medium wolves can check in. Tags 53552 and 50295. You need to check in on the goat side. Thank you, lamb exhibitors.
Well, an exceptional way to come back from lunch and kick things off here in this third division. And quite honestly, I think amongst the top three and quite possibly the top four, I think probably as close and as much give and take as there's been throughout one particular class today. And, you know, honestly, I think they're all exceptionally good and all do something extremely good. But I think there's some parts and pieces to pick apart in each of them. And it's just a matter of just coming back to one I'm just a little more comfortable with because I think there is some give and take in these, especially in this top pair. But I think just an awfully good one to start. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you that he's just ultra dynamic from the side. He could be a rib longer. I think he could be picked up in his tail just a little bit. But as I stand at a rear three-quarter of these goats, to me, there's no question as to which one is the more genuine underneath in terms of width, spread right up through his chest and blade, turn to his forerib and center body, squareness out of his rump, depth to his twist, turn to his stifle. All of those things are in overwhelming favor of the one that we go ahead and start. Again, you back off to the side of him, he strikes me as just a nickel short, and I like to crank him up in his tail set just a little bit. But that's a goat that I think handles his extra width and squareness and rib cage extremely good in terms of just getting out and being comfortable on the go. I think when we get out of him, he's got just a nickel brisket up in him. I think you could lean him up just a notch in between his front legs. But nonetheless, I think one that I read to be a little more youthful about his skull, a little bit better in terms of his transition from his shoulder into his forerib. And again, just stand at a rear three-quarter of the livestock. There's no question which one has the advantage. The one that comes in second is interesting, and I really want to like parts of him. You know, I think just in terms of his length of neck, his shortness of shoulder, just the way he kind of props up and gives you a look from the side, in particular his front two-thirds, I really, really like him. But you start breaking him down, one of the things that just strikes me right off the bat with that thing is he just looks really old. And I know we're getting to a time of year where they're all old, but I read him to be exceptionally old. Just about his skull and his poll, to me, I just don't think he's quite as youthful there. And then you study him at a rear three-quarter. Not near as neat in the way his shoulder blade fits into his body cavity. I don't know if he's truly just as bold in the turn to his forerib. And my biggest hang-up on him is just his back third. Again, you get behind him, a little low in his tail set. And he's an odd one because he's got some turn and some curvature to his stifle when you stand off to the side of him. You catch him at a rear three-quarter, that one is plenty shallow twisted and just doesn't have near enough in terms of the seam to his twist and his inner leg shape To me, that's where I'd like to change him. Again, he strikes me as just a little mature, but it's his back third, and when you catch him at a rear three-quarter, probably not as pried open in his forerib and quite as neat in the way he transitions from his blade into his body cavity. Just two-dimensionally, I like the one that comes here in 3. Again, neck set, length of spine, levelness of construction, I think all favor that one over several of them within this class. He's another one you catch at a rear three-quarter, and he gets disappointing. I think of the goats in this top 5 that you watch go away from you, by far and away, probably the narrowest one out of his pin set, closes up at the base just a little bit more than I'd prefer. Again, I like him in terms of his length, his levelness, just some general construction from the profile. I think that one just needs to be busted open, especially as you stand behind him. But again, a very high quality one. One that comes in next is one I struggle with as well. In terms of leanness, shape, expression, cutability, all those things are exceptionally good in that one. And she does a very, very good job. That one is shown to a very high degree, and again, can give you a good look from the side. When she gets out of him and sets him on the move, I think that's where he needs to be changed. It's out of his hip and hind leg, probably just not the most attractive in the way he's built from hooks to pins. And I think of the goats in the top 4 or 5, he's probably the one that I question the most just in terms of his bone work and how much substance he's got down low. If you could stouten him up at the ground just a little bit, you know, I could probably forgive a few other things that one comes with, but he strikes me as just a little frail. And again, we just need to change the way he's built out of his hip and hind leg. One that comes in at 5, again, just good livestock. I think he's one that's got some length, some elevation, got a really good turn to his center body. I like that one just in terms of his spread up high, in terms of the way he feeds out of the back of his shoulder. Probably gets just a little more disappointing from behind in terms of the way he funnels to his pin set. Gets a little flatter in terms of his stifle shape. And I think of the top 5, again, probably one that needs to be trimmed up just a little bit. Probably a little more excess condition over his forerib and behind his elbow than I'd prefer. But nonetheless, I think a very, very good one in terms of fundamentals, in terms of width and rib cage. Good class. Get some give and take there. If you would, congratulate them with a nice round of applause. Good job, young lady. Nice job. Good job. Thank you. Good job. How are you?
I'm Fred Weber. You've gotten a couple of texts from me.
Yes, sir.
So Craig is going to take.
Just set it down.
Did I turn it off?
Results from Class 11 market goats. 10th place was Juan Chavez, El Dorado FFA. 9th, Quentin Cox, Fredericksburg FFA. 8th, Kayla Simpton, Medina Valley FFA. Breeder is Sturt Show Goats. 7th was Keeley Ham, Bell County 4-H. Breeder is Holscher Show Goats. 6th was Krista Pena, Webb County 4-H. 5th was Cassidy Westbrook, Aquila FFA. 4th, Coda Davis, Sutton County 4-H. Breeder is Two Springs Ranch. 3rd was Sydney Newsom, Edwards County 4-H. Breeder is Flack Livestock. 2nd was Hudson Franklin, Shallow Water FFA. And our class winner was Atlee Basserman, Pottsboro FFA. Breeder is Morgan Livestock. Congratulations. Class 13 market goats should be checking in. Class 13. Missing 2 exhibitors for Class 15 market lambs. Still missing 1 exhibitor for Class 15 medium wolves.
Well, we get into Class 3 and another nice class here with a set of, on the top end here that you really got to like a lot of things about, little things on each one of them that I'd like to say, man, there's the one, we're going to take him and run with him. And the more they stay out here, you start evaluating and analyzing where you're at. You have to come up with some decisions, and I think this top pair is really close. I think the one that wins it, though, is a sheep that's a little wider based, a little stouter made out of his hip. He's massive over his rack, and he's really cool in the way his shoulder is designed. His chest floor is up in him. That neck comes out of the top of his shoulder, maybe just a hair better than the sheep we have in second. He's a little rounder ribbed in his forerib and rear rib, but both of these sheep I think are really, really nice, very similar in their type and kind. When you turn the one in second loose, he wants to roll that shoulder forward just a hair, drop his chest plate just a little bit, and he's not quite as powerful right through his loin as the sheep that wins this class. But a really nice pair on the top end of this deal. I like those two a lot. I think they match up very well. The one in third handles like a dream. Big top sheep, big rack in him, a big loin in him, maybe a tick shorter, maybe one that wants to drop his front end just a little bit more and get a little down fronted when you put him in motion. He's not as long neck and elegant about his front end as the two sheep that are in front of him. Really long bodied, attractive sheep in fourth, one that needs more rib and rear flank in him. He just needs more guts to him, in my opinion. It needs to be pulled apart just a hair in his body shape and design. He's really attractive, long bodied. He's got enough rib, he's got enough muscle. I'd just like to drop his rear flank a little bit. I'd like to open him up in his rib design just a touch. And then we round the top five with another nice design sheep from the profile. Like him a lot when he came in the gate. When you get your hands on him, there's just not enough there to move him any higher. He needs a touch more in his loin edge. He needs a touch more in his rack shape. Good class. Please put your hands together and congratulate these exhibitors.
Results from Class 14 medium wool. 10th place was Rylan Morris, post FFA. Breeder is Diamond C of Ropesville. 9th was Amy Moore, Tom Green County 4-H. 8th, Carson Smith, Hall County 4-H. 7th was Emma Hoprick, Parker County 4-H. Breeder was Fraze of Hyco. 6th was Elliot Johnson, Pilot Point FFA. Breeder was Fraze of Hyco. 5th, Lacey Matney, Lavernia FFA. 4th was Alyssa Faust, Lampasas FFA. 3rd was Luke Krippendorf, Davenport FFA. 2nd was Sydney Newsom, Edwards County 4-H. And our class winner was Corbin Garner, Leonard FFA. Breeder is Pruitt of Abbott. Congratulations. Let's give these goat exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. Missing 2 goats for class 13. Class 16 medium wolves, can you please check in? Thank you, lamb exhibitors.
I'll be completely honest. Honestly, we've started off this division just better and honestly deeper from start to finish than I was anticipating, just because I felt like at the end of D2, we were kind of running into some maturity and some just composition issues, but we've kind of kicked things up a notch as we work into D3. And I think some quality goats, but again, some spread in them, just some differences in what they are. but nonetheless, putting together some parts and pieces in these things that I think are awfully nice and awfully intriguing. To me, the winner within this class is just overwhelming in terms of chest width, forerib shape, and back spread up high. He is unreal there. That one is just incredible in terms of his spread behind his shoulder. And still, when she gets him put together, I think comes together with some look and some balance, especially the way he's put together in his underline. To me, it's his progression from chest to flank. To me, that's just a little bit better in him over the one that comes in second. And to me, that becomes a big advantage for him. When we set him loose, I think that goat actually comes together just a little bit better when he's on the move than he does at times on the standstill. But in terms of length of neck, sitting on top of his shoulder, and just unbelievable spread up high, to me, that one excels in this class, and again, has a big advantage just in progression from chest to flank over the one that comes in at 2. Just in terms of just forerib turn, spread and dimension down his back, to me, I think the one in second is probably just the second best one there. To me, I do like him and the way he touches, the way he handles. He's fresh, he's dead on in terms of presentation and cover. To me, it's when you back off of him. To me, I question just his lower body balance at times. I think there's times where he kind of wants to throw too much of his weight up through the front 1/3 of his body and kind of cut up into his rear rib and flank just a little bit. And at times maybe just gets just a notch more hammer hocked in the way he plants and drives off of that rear leg. But nonetheless, I think that one's forerib and back shape is awfully good as well. Just wish he was a little bit softer into his rear abdomen and flank there to make him come together just a little bit better. That's an advantage. I think the one that comes here and in 3 has, I do think he's softer in that regard. And I think another one that you like just in terms of shortness of shoulder, chest, and the way that front end puts together and comes together in him. He's another one I like just in terms of his dimension up top and just his extra leanness and his freshness down his back. You know, I guess to me, his rear skeleton, when we get him loose, is kind of where I want to change him. He wants to drop his pins just a little bit, not become quite as attractive off of his rear third as we set these goats on the go. But nonetheless, I like his front 2/3 an awful bunch. I guess one note of comment on him, it takes me a minute to appreciate him. I just don't think his irritation and his skin and just the battle he's fighting there helps him a lot within this class. I think he's a little more wrinkled up, just doesn't look quite as fresh. I think that hinders his first impression just a little bit within this lineup. One that comes in next, again, just in terms of leanness and freshness, I like that goat a good deal, and I think deserves to be up here at the top end, and quite frankly is why he beats the 1 in 5, just in terms of leanness over his forerib and cutability. He's another one, you get him out on the go. I just don't know if he's built out of his upper hip and rump quite as good as I would prefer him. A little more jammed up out of his back third, and I think he just needs to be lengthened up and cranked up in terms of his pin bone and his tail set there. But another one I like just in terms of his spread up top and having some freshness when you get your hands on him. One that comes in 5, again, just a good piece of livestock. He's moderate, he's opened up. You stand behind the goats, and that one's exceptionally square and big in terms of his rump and really impressive when you get on top of him. I guess when we set him loose, he's a little more stilty in his shoulder. I don't know if he reaches and just goes with as much length of step out of his front end as I'd like. And he's one, I think, with the fact that he's a little softer over his forerib, combined with the fact that he's just a little fuller, to me, he just doesn't ever strike me quite as athletic and quite as striking in terms of his first impression. Again, wide, square, bulky, a lot of mass. Just need to lean him up, take a little more fill out of him. But again, a good piece of livestock to be 5th there. If you would, put your hands together. Really, really good class again. They deserve your congratulations. They exit the ring.
Thank you.
Please make sure you get your pictures for the sale.
Thank you.
Results from Class 12 Market Goats. 10th place was Maylee Cates, Burnett FFA. Breeder is Luke Livestock. 9th, Kenton Carley, Comal County 4-H. 8th, Elise Talbert, Runnels County 4-H. Breeder is Sturt Show Goats. 7th, Dodge Turner, Nueces Canyon FFA. Breeder is Evans Livestock. 6th was Paige Harder, Idalou FFA. 5th went to Sydney Hanslick, Jim Ned FFA. 4th was Raina Epley, Lynn County 4-H. Breeder is Two Springs Ranch. 3rd went to Savannah Elizondo, Travis County 4-H. Breeder is Evans Livestock. 2nd was Tanner Hawes, Falls City FFA. Breeder is Cross 85 Show Goats. And our class winner was Ashton Adams, Brown County 4-H. Congratulations. Tag number 44243. We need you to check in. 44243. Class 14 Market Goats can be checking in. Class 14.
That's 4 o'clock, so I'm halfway through the blacks. And it's just 3 o'clock. I'll be through about 5. I hope ours is tomorrow because I ain't going nowhere. Well, we get into class 4 and another nice set of sheep with some variation, a lot of variation, I'd say, in the top end of this class. I think the one I'm going to settle on, hits me the hardest, is the one that's really long-bodied and attractive, and he's got a great touch handle to him, massive back in this one, really long-sided, long hind-saddled sheep. Love his hip and hind leg when he moves. Yeah, he's probably not the best in my mind in terms of the way he gets out and wants to go a little bit downhill when you put him in motion, but I think he's one of the ones that handles his front end as good as any in this class. And boy, what a rib shape and rear flank in him, and a lot of product to go along with it. The one in second's got to follow him in terms of type and kind. There's one that's up-fronted, long-bodied sheep, not as muscular as the ones on either side of him, but I think he's the smoother of the two between second and third. He's the one that's leveler in his top line. He's better off his front legs, gets out and moves off that hind leg really well, got enough muscle to go along with it, and a young lady can just flat out stamp one out and get him shown. The lamb here in third, I like this sheep a lot, a high quality lamb from his shoulder back, really level topped, really good right out of his hip, handles that hind leg good, and got a good touch to him. I think he gets a nickel straight in his shoulder and knee and doesn't want to travel around the ring quite as well as he could out in the way his neck is designed up through his front end. Young man here then fourth, got a real powerhouse, big top, big ended sheep that's a little bit coarser shouldered. I'd like to clean him up in his chest floor and take away some of that boldness at the point of his shoulder, but there's one that handles good and has a lot of product to him, and man, when you get behind him, he's super, super thick. Another attractive sheep here in fifth that's long-sided, up-fronted, and neat to look at. Maybe needs to drop that rear flank just a touch and have a touch more muscle shape and freshness right down his top and over his loin. Great class. Congratulations to you exhibitors.
Results from Class 15 medium wools. 10th place was Carter Lou Allen, Palmer County 4-H. Breeder is Jim Miller of Seagraves. 9th went to Raider McFall, Reagan County 4-H. 8th was Tanner Lott, Luis FFA. Breeder is Rockin' Sea of Tahoka. 7th was Bristol Fisher, Bell County 4-H. 6th went to Avery Sissick, Navarro FFA. Breeder was Sissick of Seguin. 5th went to Adeline Fee, Hayes County 4-H. 4th was Caleb McMullen, B County 4-H. 3rd went to Landry Lane, Parker County 4-H. 2nd was Megan Retzloff, Live Oak County 4-H. Breeder is Bowles of Breckenridge. And our class winner went to Beckton Hogg, Lubbock County 4-H. Congratulations. Let's give these goat exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. Missing 3 goats for class 14. Tag 39876. You need to check in on the goat side. 39876. Class 17 medium wools can check in. Class 17 medium wools. Test. Let's get these lamb exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring.
An exceptional class, hands down, from 1 to 5, the deepest, and even beyond that, a big class, but very, very good all the way through. But in particular, this top 5 is next level good, and I think in particular these next 3. And I'm not going to apologize for taking some time to sort through them. Again, I'm not going to sit here and get on the mic and tell you that any 3 of them are perfect. They're all very good in a place, yet I just keep getting hung up on one thing that just prevents them from being just dead giveaways to me within my mind. But ultimately, just going to land on the young man's because I think he's just the most effective combination of kind of looking like a high-end show weather from the side and having enough in terms of muscle and shape and width and cutability to him. And now, you know, there's advantages to the goats behind him in that regard. But in terms of just piecing one together in terms of look and skeleton, I think his hind leg is substantially better than the one that comes in second, and probably sits down with a little more foot than the one that comes here in 3. Now, when you get behind him, I'd say of the top 3, he probably ranks 3rd in terms of pin set. He's not the trimmest over his forerib, but I just keep coming back to I don't think he's too fat. And it's just the look and the first impression from the side in terms of being seamless in the way he's pieced together, having some extra length of rump, and then in particular being a little bit bigger bone than the goat in 3, and being quite a bit better in terms of his hind leg design and security than the goat that comes in 2. So ultimately, that's where I land. I think he's just the one that's just the combination goat for me. Again, I think that one's exceptionally high quality. The one that comes in second, where he's good, he's exceptionally good. That one is very crude in terms of his muscle shape. That thing's got a groove down his back all the way to his tail. He's very impressive up high when you get behind him. And when you get to the side of him, for one so stout and so shapely, again, he's very good in terms of his lines. You study him down through the floor of his chest. I don't know if he's still the most youthful there in terms of the bottom of his sternum and chest, but to me, my biggest hang-up on him is not only is he just a little bit shorter in terms of his rump, you study him at the ground. He's just not the most secure and the best one in terms of the way he plants on those rear feet. I wish he had distributed his weight just a little more square off his rear pastern, had a little more set to his hock, or just a little more comfort in the way he's built out of his hip and hind leg. But nonetheless, if you want one with some extra crease and shape and some levelness to him, that one's exceptional in that regard. I just wish his hind leg was better and he was a little better rumped. The front 2/3 of the one that comes here in 3rd are absolutely dead on in terms of elevation of front end, length of neck, shoulder. The way it fits into his body cavity is second to none, and that thing is dead on in terms of freshness and where he's at from a condition standpoint. I love that one behind his shoulder and the way he hooks up there and the way he handles when you get your hands on him. Again, from the front 2/3, I'm all in on using him to win. To me, it's just when you study him out of his rear 3rd. I think he's just a little bit lower in terms of his tail set when you get those goats on the move. And then you study him at his rear ankle and the way he goes off of his rear leg. He's just a notch more rigid in the way he bends his hock and goes. It's not so much that, to me, that bothers me. It's just the fact that he's just too refined in terms of his foot for me. And to me, that's where we need to change him. Crank his tail up, stouten his bone work up. That thing wins in a smoke. One that comes in next, again, just in terms of leanness and cutability, I like that thing and a great deal. Again, very, very fresh. And when you set him loose, I think he's one that's probably just a notch lower in terms of his hip design and his tail setting. Another one that gets just a notch more refined in terms of his bone work. But in terms of turn to their body shape, spread, and freshness up high, he's very, very good. I like the skin, the handling quality, the extra touch and expression of the goat that's going to come here in 5. That white-headed one is very, very good just in terms of the way he handles and the way he touches out here. When you get those goats stopped, I like that one a ton. Again, just in terms of the way he hooks up behind his shoulder, the way he's built out of his hip, his parts and pieces just blend together very good. He's another one that's stouting up in terms of his rear leg just a little bit, but we set those goats in motion. He's just too hindered in the way he hinges out of his hip and hind leg. He needs to be hinged quite a bit looser there out of his hip to move up any further within this class. But nonetheless, from top to bottom, by far and away the best set we've had through the ring today. If you would, put your hands together for that set of exhibitors.
Thank you, sir.
I want to give this to Marty real quick. You bet.
Well, I believe this is Class 5 on the medium wool side, and an awful good set. Really nice one to win the class. I think he wins it pretty handily. Really, really good handling sheep that's built really good from the ground up. I appreciate a lot of things about him. His length of neck, he's the way he ties his shoulder into his neck. Progressively gets wider from front to rear, better in his rear flank than he is his fore flank. I mean, this one's really pretty neat. Great touching sheep that's really good off his feet and legs and moves well. The one in second, I think, has got to follow him in terms of body type. He's a big-topped, square-backed sheep that's got a lot of leg underneath him. I don't think he's quite as flexible off of each end as you watch him move, particularly in his front end. He gets a little shorter neck. He gets a little straighter in his shoulders, but that's a big back, square, ribbed kind of a sheep that's got a lot of good things going for him. The blue sheep, or the blue dapple sheep that comes third, really nice design from a profile standpoint. I like him being up in his chest floor and having some real roundness of rib. He's not as good down his top as the two that stand in front of him. He's a little faded in his loin, not quite as powerful there in his loin edges, but a nice designed sheep, one that's good off his feet and legs and moves well when you put him in motion. Big powerful sheep in fourth, tremendous amount of thickness over his rack and through that loin, a lot of hip, a lot of thickness to him. Gets a little frailer in his bone work, not quite as neat and attractive in the way his neck ties into his shoulder and his breastplate lays into him up front, but a real powerful one, nice one there to be in fourth. Love the design and shape and profile of the sheep here in fifth. That's a really nice looking one. He's up front and he's long-sided. He looks like he gets progressively wider from front to rear. He disappoints me when I get my hands on him. He's not as square and thick down his top as some of the sheep that are in front of him, but really does progress well from front to rear. Good class. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Three, 5, 7, 6, 3. You need to check in. 37244 and 37243. You are also needed to check in. Results from Class 16 medium wool. 10th place was Tanner Hawes, Falls City FFA. 9th was Olivia Sandy, Erath County 4-H. 8th was Jocelyn Kolar, Abbott FFA. Breeder is EBS of Robert Lee. 7th was Briar Sherrill, Hockley County 4-H. Breeder is Neff of San Angelo. 6th was Mackenzie Evans, Burnett County 4-H. Breeder is Silvers of Junction. 5th was Caselyn Etheridge, Lubbock Cooper FFA. 4th was Kaylee Griffin, Uvalde County 4-H. Breeder is Rockin' Sea of Tahoka. 3rd was McKinley Clem, New Home FFA. 2nd was Kaysen Newell, Falls County 4-H. Breeder is Glasscock of Early. And our class winner was Graham Newsom, Hale County 4-H. Congratulations. Exhibitor with tag number 35763, you need to check in. Class 13 goat results. 10th place was Colton Wyndham, Hill County 4-H. Breeder is Highview Ranch. Ninth was Colton Hutchins, Lockhart FFA. Breeder is Two Springs Ranch. Eighth, Alexis Guthrie, Marion FFA. Breeder is Highview Ranch. Seventh, Caden Fott, Poth FFA. Breeder is Cowley Show Goats. Sixth went to Rayleigh Holscher, Moody FFA. Breeder is Hutto Livestock. Fifth went to Amy Moore, Tom Green County 4-H. Fourth was Shep Silvers, Junction FFA. Breeder is Holscher Show Goats. Third was Brett Bowers, Fredericksburg FFA. Second went to Grace Moore, Tom Green County 4-H. And our class winner was Briscoe Black, Brown County 4-H. Breeder is Blue Team Weathers. Congratulations to these goat exhibitors. Class 15 market goats should be checking in. Exhibitor 35763. This is last call. Class 18 medium mules can check in. Class 18 medium mules. Let's give these lamb exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. And let's give these goat exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring.
We are still missing 2 exhibitors in this class in the goat show. If you are in class 15, we need your show goat to the ring. Last class, let's get it.
Once again, folks, if you can help us out, if you're standing on the rails, please find a seat or move away so folks can see that are sitting in the stands. Missing one exhibitor for Class 18.
Well, a nice set of sheep in Class 6 as well, and I think a pair on the top end that suit me really good, and the one that wins it I think has to win this class. There's a stout-made sheep that's big-backed and big-footed, big-ribbed sheep with a lot of product and muscle to him. He got a good touch and handle down his top. Now, you could make him smoother and crisper in his lines. You could do a lot of things about this one, but in this class, I think he's got to work his way up towards the top just because he's got the touch and handle to go along with it. The one in second's got to be there with him. He, too, is a really stout-made, heavy muscle sheep, one that's got some shape down his top. I don't think he's as big-ribbed and stout over his rack and loin edge as the sheep that wins the class, but both of them are big-hipped, big-footed sheep, get around the ring and move well off their feet and legs. From there, it starts to get to where we have to start piecing things together. You got a third-place lamb here that's a really long-bodied, long-necked sheep that fits the part from a profile standpoint. Really like the design and look at him from the side. However, when you really get to analyzing this guy, he gets narrower down his top. He's flatter in his stifle and lower leg and higher in his rear flank. Doesn't really match up to what I'm trying to do today, and so as a result, he ends up in third. And then a fourth-place sheep that gets a little out of place as well. He's too deep-chested. His neck rolls off the front side of his shoulders. His hip's not as level as you'd like it to be. But, man, he is packed full of muscle, a lot of product in him, a lot of thickness, a lot of rib, a lot of bone. Just like to put it together in a different package. And then a really beautiful sheep to round out our top five. There's the one I like to look at from the side as good as any. He's up in his chest floor. He's long neck and long-sided. There's just not enough to him to move him up any higher today. He gets flatter in his stifle. He doesn't have the muscle expression down his top or in his forearm to move him any higher. Good class. Congratulations to you exhibitors.
Class 17 medium wool results. 10th place was Jaden Lemuel, Klein Kane FFA. 9th was Cole Miller, Blanco County 4-H. 8th, Macy Morse, Splendora FFA. 7th was Caitlin McLeod, Pottsboro FFA. Breeder is NT Club Lambs of San Angelo. 6th was Molly Harris, Adaloo FFA. 5th was Shep Silvers, Junction FFA. 4th, Avery Fisher, Collin County 4-H. 3rd was Lily Appleton, McCullough County 4-H. Breeders Benson of Hillsboro. 2nd, Briscoe Black, Brown County 4-H. Breeder is Turkey Farm of Stonewall. And our class winner was Amberly Davis, Glasscock County 4-H. Breeder is Jimmy Struby of Garden City. Congratulations.
One other class that takes some time to sort out in my mind. Again, just a lot of awfully good ones in here, a bunch of ones that I would tell you are just very solid, and just a lot of stout, muscular goats that have some variable degrees in terms of finish and cover. But as we kind of get into these heavier weights, I think the line's becoming a little bit harder to find in terms of, you know, the ones that still look athletic, the ones that still look youthful, and still have some presence about them out here, because nonetheless, not only this class, but the last class. Again, just a lot of really stout, solid goats all the way through those. Just becomes a little harder to kind of shake it out from there on back. I think within this class, I think the one that we start with is pretty easy to find within this class, and there was never a doubt in my mind that was the one to start with. And just in terms of freshness and presence and first impression, to me, that's where that goat excels. Again, just incredibly sharp to the eye and one that handles exceptionally good. And it's another goat that I like probably even better just in terms of when we get him out and just let him roll. I think that one kind of draws you in, is in terms of being a high-quality goat that kind of sets the stage within this class. To me, compare him to the one in second. His biggest advantage is the way he feeds right behind his shoulder. A little more turned to his forerib, a little more spread up high. To me, that ends up being the difference in that pair. Again, just a good one that's presented well. He's fresh. He's got some substance at the ground. There was just never getting around that one within this class. From there on back, to me, that's where I was spending all my time trying to line them out and just try to break them down in my mind. And just two-dimensionally, I really like the one that comes in second. You back off of the Livestock. To me, he's one that's got some presence about him just in terms of his balance, his symmetry, kind of the way his parts and pieces fit together is awfully good. I like his neck set, his strength down his top line. He's one that you like when you get behind him, too, just in terms of his squareness and levelness of rump. To me, the hang-up on him is just the way he handles right behind his shoulder. I'll give him the fact that he's lean. He's quite a bit leaner than some of the ones that are going to follow him within this lineup. I just wish he had more turn and just more boldness right there to his forerib. If you could do that, he makes a play to win this class. He just doesn't have quite as much spread and squareness right behind his blade. One that comes in next, the red-shouldered one, is just incredibly shapely, incredibly powerful. And he is the one, just from a carcass merit and cutability standpoint, that probably excels within this class. Just oodles of shape and expression, and very trim and very good in terms of being free of fat over his forerib. I think the front two-thirds of him balance up good enough. I think for a power goat, I think his extra length of neck, his shoulder, and the way his sternum's put up in him is certainly acceptable. It's just the way he's built out of his hip. I don't know if he's ever cranked up high enough in terms of his tail set. Just wish we could lengthen him out of his rump, make him a little bit leveler, both standing and on the go. And that one gets in the conversation to move up a couple of spots for me. Again, shape, expression, freshness, and cutability are all in that one's favor. One that comes in 4 is interesting because there's times where he really strikes you just in terms of his length of neck, his shortness of shoulder. There's probably not many in this class that are just shoved up in their chest floors. That guy is. And that one's got a big rump and a big square stifle shape in him when you get behind him. You know, when you get out of him and set him loose, he probably fits into just a few more pieces, and I don't know if he's just ever, hooked up and fit together quite as nice. Kind of breaks apart behind his shoulder, gets a little off on the front side of his hip. I wish the heel of his loin just hooked up a little bit neater. And then you study him at the ground. Of the top 5, he is without question the frailest in terms of his bone work and the smallest in terms of his foot. You need to stouten him up in terms of his feature to get him up any further within this class. But nonetheless, when they're parked, I like the neck, shoulder, sternum, and the extra squareness he's got from behind. A quality goat that comes in and rounds off our top 5. Honestly, just a little overcooked, a little overbaked for me. I think that one's one you appreciate just in terms of his width, his squareness, his rib and body. That's one that just strikes me as a nickel short when you get off the side of him. And today, I think one that's just carrying a little too much fill, which makes him look even shorter out here to me. And then of the top 5, probably the fattest one out here as well. We need to trim him up, suck some middle out of that guy. I think he gets just a little more athletic looking, but just in general, just a little too quick and compact for me, and maybe just a little bit rounder off of both ends. But another good class, really nice one there at the top end. If you would, put your hands together for them.
Folks, please move off the rail. If you are laying on the rail, we need you to move so people can see. Results from Class 14. 10th place, Madison Condra, Lubbock Cooper FFA. 9th, Lucas Winter, Gorman FFA. Breeders Blue Team Weathers. 8th, Reagan Laminack, Tom Green County 4-H. 7th, Gentry Phillips, Llano County 4-H. Breeders Newsom Ripley Show Goats. 6th, Cooper Evans, Burnett County 4-H. Breeders Evans Livestock. 5th, Brindley Hog, Lubbock County 4-H. 4th, Kaylee Ottmers, Bandera County 4-H. 3rd, Amy K. Mathis, Clayburgh Kennedy County 4-H. 2nd, Avery Walker, Uvalde County 4-H. And our class winner, Chanley Kirksey, Bell County 4-H, Breeders Blue Team Weathers. Congratulations. Class 19 medium wolves can check in. Also, our first and second place goats for classes 11 through 14 check in for the 3rd division drive. Let's give these goat exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring.
Well, I believe it's class 7 on the medium wolves. Getting a little larger, but certainly the quality's still there. I think this is a really good class. A lot of depth in this class, a lot of quality here from top to bottom, and I think these top 3 or 4 or 5 sheep in this class I liked quite a bit. Young man's going to win the class, really a nice designed one. He's really good from the ground up. I think he's just a nickel better coming out of his dock or hip than the sheep we have in second. I think they're very close. This sheep is massive in terms of rack shape and loin edge. He's really good to the touch and handle. Great rib shape to him. I think he's long-necked and attractive up through his front end. A nice one to lead the class off. And I think the one in second's got to follow him. I don't think he's quite as big over his rack and rib design coming out of his shoulders. He's certainly not one that ties into his dock and pin set quite as wide and opened up as the sheep that leads the class. But I like that one a lot. He's wide based underneath. He's got some rib to him, got a great look to his front end, and in my opinion, probably better fronted than our class winner. I love his shoulder placement, in the point of his shoulder and the side of his body, and the way his neck comes out of the top of his shoulders is really, really neat. The one in third takes a great picture from the profile. A nice designed one. Touches good, handles good. Need to open him up. He gets too narrow based underneath from behind, has a little more set to his hock when you put him in motion. But there's parts to this one you really gotta like. Love his front end design, love his rib cage. Need to see just a touch more to him and open him up underneath, and I think he becomes more competitive. The lamb that ends up in fourth, another one that's really powerfully made. Big top, big ended kind of a sheep that stands on a lot of bone, a little rougher to the eye. Not quite as neat to look at. He's bigger shouldered. He's weaker in his top line in the way he's put together in his hip-loin junction. Just some little pieces you could put him together better to make him blend better, and I think he becomes more competitive in his class. But a really nice one in terms of muscle shape and skeletal thickness. And then we round the top 5 out with a sheep that, again, is long-sided, very attractive on the profile, need more to him. He gets a little flatter in his rib design. He's not quite as opened up and stout from the rear. Great class. Congratulations to you exhibitors.
Results from Class 18 medium wolves. 10th went to Brindley Cody, Burnett County 4-H. Breeders Benson Livestock of Hillsboro. 9th was Emerson Garner, Leonard FFA. Breeders Benson Livestock of Hillsboro. 8th was Cole Bynum, Mildred FFA. 7th was Brindley Hogg, Lubbock County 4-H. 6th, Zaylin Burnside, Jordanton FFA. 5th, Emily Peters, Kendall County 4-H. 4th, London Watson, Blooming Grove FFA. 3rd was Carson Noisy, Comal County 4-H. 2nd went to Ashton Adams, Brown County 4-H. And our class winner was John Austin North, Sanger FFA. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Once again, we need our first and second place goats from classes 11 through 14 to come to the staging. We also need our first and second place medium wolves to come check in as well.
Again, very, very good class, and I keep being surprised. I keep thinking that the depth's going to run out at some point as we get into these big classes that are very heavyweight and start getting into some goats that are plenty mature. But quite honestly, I've been quite surprised by just the depth and the variation, but the quality of those last three classes from top to bottom. I thought within this class there was a top pair, and within that pair there's just one that kind of stood alone. And to me, I think he's pretty obvious to find. I think for a goat of this size and this weight and this maturity, it's hard to find them still that neat in terms of their neck and the way it hooks into their shoulder, the way they're built in terms of their sternum and breastbone. To me, I think that's what's very unique about him. And then of a goat that's this mature and this heavy, he's incredibly lean, he's incredibly fresh, and one that's very, very good just in terms of his handle quality and the spread that he's got down his back. And I guess to me, if we're going to nitpick on him just a little bit, you know, he's maybe just a notch off in terms of his tail set ever so often when we get him out on the go. And I think he's one that's just a nickel rigid in the way he operates his hock. I think if he just drove off of that with a little more fluidity, then I think it'd be really, really hard to pick a hole in that one. But there's nonetheless that look right there for a big, heavyweight, very mature goat. That thing is fresh, and he is cool looking from the side and very, very good when you get your hands on him. Again, I think the one that comes in second just kind of fit there, in my opinion. You know, he's a good-legged goat that I like in terms of his skeleton. He's probably hinged just a little bit looser out of his hip and hind leg than that class winner is. But you get off to the side of him, he's not quite as tidy and neat in the way he's built in his breastplate and his sternum. He's not quite as good and flawless in the way he's hooked up right there down his top line as you study him behind his shoulder. The biggest hang-up on him and why he can't warm up that class winner today is of the top pair, he's easily the fattest one that just could be trimmed up just ever so slightly. I don't think it's enough to go ahead and disregard him and roll him any lower within this class, but of that top pair, there's one that's significantly softer than the other. One that comes in three is not necessarily my kind, but I appreciate what he does well. Man, that thing is stout, and he is big-muscled. And you can appreciate just the spread and the width that he's got and up top, and just very, very impressive when you get behind him, just in terms of his depth of twist, his extra stifle shape, and that guy is awfully impressive. he's just a little round off both ends of his skeleton, a little round shouldered, kind of drops out in him when you get those goats on the go. And then you study his rear skeleton. Often his tail set, a little extra set to his hock that just doesn't ever flex and drive in the most attractive way. I think you just need to make him a little bit better off at either end in terms of skeletal quality to go ahead and get him over the one that's in second. But again, lots of shape, lots of muscle in that one. High cut ability, very trim, very fresh goat is the one that comes here in 4. You know, and again, I like him on when you get on top of him and study those goats from behind and just appreciate the turn to his forerib and rib cage, the spread that he's got up high. Again, just in terms of freshness and handle quality, he can run with the best of them within this class. You back off of the livestock, I think generally he kind of strikes you as a level built goat, but still kind of rough down his top line. You know, I just wish he was a little bit smoother right there at the front side of his hip. I think you could square him up right there on the front side of his jump muscle just a little bit. And then I think of the top 5, easily the frailest goat when you go to the ground. You need to stouten him up in terms of his bone work. Just a good piece of livestock to go 5th here. Again, in terms of foot, bone, hind leg quality, and just the way he's built out of his hip there, I like that one as good in terms of his rear skeleton as much as any of them within this class. You study him up front, maybe just a notch plainer at the base of his chest, maybe not quite as bold in the turn to his forerib and heart girth there, but I think one that you got to appreciate just in terms of his width, his volume of product. He just doesn't handle quite as crisp at the top side of his skeleton, but nonetheless, I love that one at the ground, and I like him in terms of his running gear as well. Again, another good class. My compliments all the way through this one. If you would, put your hands together for those kiddos as they head out the ring.
Once again, we need our first and second place medium wolves to come to the staging area. Give these lamb exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. Class 15 market goat results. 10th place was Jesse Weaver, Crawford FFA. 9th, Macy Leatherman, Travis County 4-H. 8th, Brindley Williams, McLennan County 4-H. Breeder was Fry Show Goats. 7th, Kinley Chisholm, Lakey FFA. Breeder is Finley Show Goats. 6th, Jolie Hawes, Fall City FFA. 5th, Jake Cowley, Randall County 4-H. Breeder is Cowley Show Goats. 4th, Reagan Miller, Denver City FFA. 3rd, Luke Tucker, Santo FFA. 2nd, Kaysen Newell, Falls County 4-H. And our class winner was Madden Wise, Brown County 4-H. Congratulations. We will also need our lightweight and medium weight champion and reserve goats to come to the staging. Okay, we are ready for our heavyweight division. Coming out of Class 11, first place was Atlee Basserman, Pottsboro FFA. Second was Hudson Franklin, Shallow-Water FFA. Out of Class 12, first place was Ashton Adams, Brown County 4-H. And second was Tanner Hawes, Falls City FFA. In Class 13, first place was Briscoe Black, Brown County 4-H. And second place was Grace Moore, Tom Green County 4-H. Class 14, first place was Chandler Kirksey, Bell County 4-H. And second was Avery Walker, Uvalde County 4-H. And in Class 15, first place was Madden Wise, Brown County 4-H. And second was Kaysen Newell, Falls County 4-H. Folks, let's give these goat exhibitors a big round of applause. Once again, we need our first and second place medium wolves to come check in.
What an exceptional division again, and I know I've said it on as I hop on the microphone for every class. Just so many good ones and so much depth of quality within this division, and probably the hardest one to sort and piece together in my mind, just because I think there's been so many quality animals, but yet so many different variations of them. Just some animals that got some different issues that we kind of got to work around within this particular division drive, but I think all 10 individuals within this class or within this division deserve your round of applause. So if you're still left in the stands, please put your hands together for them. I'm going to buzz through these just real quick, and I'll try to be snappy with it. You know, I thought first class right after lunch was kind of hard to kind of get into a groove with, because there was some quality livestock in there. I just didn't know if there was one that just had to win. We ended up gravitating to one, and I thought if you caught it a rear three-quarter, was just a little more genuine and more pried open underneath, probably a little bolder in his forerib and a little more depth of twist and stifle. To me, that was the difference in that pair. Get him out here, probably just a little shorter, a little rounder off of both ends. I thought the next class was interesting. That winner, to me, the more he's out here, you know, he's one that, you know, has got some big far-reaching pieces. You know, I think to me, you got to ask yourself if he just kind of ties them together. There's times where I think he's really, really cool, and then there's times where I'm just like, I just can't get past the way he's built right behind his shoulder. But that is a big chest and a big forearm and a big forerib. I just wish those three things just kind of fit together a little bit better. But that one is awfully nice, and it's got some far-reaching pieces. I think, again, out here, he's kind of got a little bit of reaction to his hide. I think he's kind of got a pink undertone, starting to wrinkle up a little bit. I think that kind of detracts from him just ever so slightly. The next class, three really good ones in that class, exceptional ones, actually. I thought all three of those were really good. To me, you get off to the side of them, this is the one that I preferred. Some length, elevation up front. I think just his parts and pieces fit together seamlessly. I love his turn to his stifle when you study him from the side. I think you get around the front of the goats. I think of the five in these class winners, he's probably the most generic in terms of his chest and forearm, and probably just not quite as bold and expressive right behind his shoulders I prefer, but he's still fresh. Again, he's got a good look and a good silhouette from the side, and I liked him at the ground, and I liked his running gear and his hind leg quite a bit better than the one that was second in that class. One that comes out of that fourth class, honestly, the more they're out here, kind of grows on me. You know, I think if you compare him to some other goats on either side, you know, you can get wrapped up in saying he's not as extreme in any one area. But I love that one in terms of his forerib and his back shape and his freshness. Again, his hair and his hide and his skin quality are all dead on. You get around the front of those, he is impressive in terms of his chest and his forearm. You know, I like him when he gets out on the go. I just wish he stepped with a little more reach, a step out of his shoulder and his knee. But nonetheless, I think that's a high-quality individual that just strikes you with some extra presence because of his skin and his freshness and the way he's presented. Heavyweight, you know, honestly didn't expect to find one that quite looked like that in that last class. And he's hard to ignore out here, you know, just in terms of being so big and so heavy, yet he is so fresh in terms of his touch and his tone. He's lean. And again, his parts and pieces fit together so well. We talked about in class, you know, ever so slightly, I wish he just drove off of his rear leg with a little more authority. But that look right there is kind of hard to ignore out here. And to me, you know, I thought that one was just awfully impressive where he was good. I'll set the mic down and let Marty talk his class. This division has been exceptional. It has been challenging. And honestly, I think you could flip a coin out here and land on just about any which one. And I wouldn't argue with you too much. So if you would, put your hands together. All 10 of them deserve your round of applause.
Really good heavyweight medium wool class, and I think as we get up here to these heavier weights, we start looking at some of these sheep and start evaluating what we've got left in them, and I can tell you I'm impressed. A lot of these sheep have some youthfulness to them. They got the right shape and design to them still in them, and I like this one that leads the class off quite a bit. I think he's got enough muscle shape to him. I think he's good off his feet and legs. He's the most complete of anything in the class. Super youthful up through his front end, long neck sheep that's level down his top line, handles with enough muscle and shape to go with it. From there, it starts to get a little challenging. The sheep that comes second, I think, has got to follow him. I don't think he's quite as good in his lower 1/3, especially up in his forerib or his rear flank as our class winner. I don't think he's as good off his feet and legs as our class winner. But there's a trim-made one that's got a big square top in him, big in his loin edges and square out of his hip. I think you got to move him up there pretty high. And the blue sheep that comes third, another one that's got some youthfulness to him up front. Again, this is a sheep that's not as fresh in his loin. He's not as powerful when you get right behind him as the two that are right in front of him. And then the fourth place lamb, I really like the body on this one as well as anything in the class. There's one that's really nice designed. He's got a big back in him. He's big hipped, gets progressively wider from front to rear. I just wish he is a little stouter featured. He's a finer boned kind of a sheep that's smaller in his foot size and bone size. He doesn't really want to balance up quite as well when you get him on the profile, but man, he handles really good. Amazing sheep here in fifth, to be honest with you. There's one that's bumping 200 pounds and still one that's holding himself together pretty well. I think he gets a little more open in his shoulder. I don't think he manages himself moving around the ring quite as well, but I am impressed when you get your hands on him. Handles great down his top, got a lot of loin to him. A good sheep, just probably on the verge of getting a little too big to go any higher in this class. Congratulations to the exhibitors on a nice class.
We do need our breed and reserve breed champions on the lamb side to come check in. Our champion heavyweight division goat went to Madden Wise, Brown County 4-H, and reserve went to Chandler Kirksey, Bell County 4-H. Also on the goat side, we do have some showmanship prizes donated in memory of Lauren Julig, Memorial Showmanship winners. Buckles and jackets are given in memory of Lauren Julig, whose showing career and life were cut short by tragedy. She was an avid Leander FFA and 4-H participant. Her love of showing her animals won her state showmanship awards and prospect shows. The champion buckle is donated by Morris Glass. And the reserve jackets, 2 jackets, are sponsored by the Hawkins family. Our champion showmanship for goats goes to Briscoe Black, who wins the belt buckle. And the 2 jackets, in no particular order, go to, for reserve champion, go to Madeline Howell and Mason Smoot. So if y'all are still in the barn, you can come find Wanda Hawkins after the show for your prizes. Now ready for our medium wool drive. Coming out of Class 12, first place went to Sydney Hanslick, Jim Ned, FFA. Out of Class 13, first place was Zane Walker, Eastland, FFA. First place from Class 14 went to Corbin Garner, Leonard, FFA. From Class 15, first place was Beckton Hogg, Lubbock County 4-H. Class 16, first place was Graham Newsom, Hale County 4-H. From Class 17, first place was Amberly Davis, Glasscock County 4-H. First place from Class 18 was John Austin North, Sanger, FFA. And first place from Class 19 went to Pash Gibbs, Valverde County 4-H. Second place from Class 12 was Coda Davis, Sutton County 4-H. From Class 13, second place was Raylyn Ward, West FFA. Second place from Class 14 went to Sydney Newsom, Edwards County 4-H. Second place from Class 15 was Megan Retzloff, Live Oak County 4-H. Second place from Class 16 was Kaysen Newell, Falls County 4-H. Out of Class 17, second place was Briscoe Black, Brown County 4-H. From Class 18, second place was Ashton Adams, Brown County 4-H. And second place from Class 19 was Journey Mathis, Willis FFA. Folks, let's give these medium wool exhibitors a big round of applause. I think we are about ready for our grand drive on the market goat side. Okay, our division champion in the lightweight division went to Carson Kirksey, age 11, from Belton, Texas. Carson is part of the Stampede Creek 4-H program, Future plans are to attend Texas A&M University to judge livestock and pursue a career in agriculture. Carson enjoys judging and showing livestock and playing baseball. Our reserve division champion in the lightweights went to Danica Walker, age 15, from Cotulla, Texas, member of Cotulla FFA. Danica plans on attending Texas Tech or Texas A&M University and studying animal science. Enjoys showing goats, hunting, fishing, and spending time with friends and family. Our medium weight division champion went to Brendan Gross, age 12, from Grandview, Texas. Brendan is a member of the Grandview FFA program, enjoys judging livestock, wants to judge at Blinn or Texas A&M, also enjoys playing baseball. Our reserve medium weight champion was Kenzie McCall, age 12, from Windthorst, Texas, member of Archer County 4-H. Kenzie wants to judge livestock in college at Texas Tech University, enjoys playing basketball and showing goats and lambs. Our heavyweight division champion went to Madden Wise, 16 years old, from Brownwood, Texas, member of Brown County 4-H. Madden wants to attend Texas Tech or Texas A&M, enjoys showing livestock and spending time with friends and family. And our reserve heavyweight champion went to Chandler Kirksey, age 13, of Belton, Texas, member of Stampede Creek 4-H, wants to continue in the livestock industry, enjoys playing volleyball and livestock judging. Folks, we've got an outstanding set of goats, an outstanding set of exhibitors. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Well, we get into our medium wool division drive over here on the lamb side. An outstanding set of sheep, in my opinion. I tell you, I'm really pleased with the quality that's out here and all of these 9 classes, 8 classes, whatever we had here. Outstanding set, really high quality. I hope you can see some patterns that we tried to set today. Sheep that have some look and design and shape and still functional off their feet and legs and have some rib and get around and move and still look the part. I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about each one of them. I'm going to go out here and slap the champion in reserve medium wool. Before I do, put your hands together and congratulate all these exhibitors on a great job.
Our champion medium wool went to Graham Newsom, Hale County 4-H. And reserve medium wool went to John Austin North, Sanger FFA. Congratulations. We need a parent or advisor for the champion and reserve medium wools to come to the arena. I want to go and announce the lamb showmanship. The Tommy Dodd Memorial Group has been proud to award one sheep exhibitor as champion showman. The exhibitor receives a $1,000 educational check and a belt buckle donated by Creative Awards. We are pleased to announce this year's winner as Amberly Davis. Congratulations, Amberly. If you are here, we have the buckle available. You can come to the show ring.
Well, what a day it's been. It's been awfully fun. And before we get any further, I just want to thank everybody at Rodeo Austin for the opportunity to be here. It truly means a lot to me, something that was been looking forward to, and quite honestly have enjoyed just an absolute ton, and had a lot of fun today. And so, before we go any further, this organization has changed a lot in the last few years. I don't think any of us could argue that it's not for the better. This is clearly kind of a rocket ship to the sky based on increase in record numbers. They've done an incredible job supporting the premium auction and digging up the right kind of volunteers and the right kind of people to be involved in this organization. And so there's no question that they have your youth and your kids in mind and want to do the best by them. And so I think before we go any further, everybody here should put your hands together and thank them for their efforts. This is an incredible show. It's very, very good. And, I think back to when I was coming here as a sheep exhibitor. This was kind of the show that you just kind of took your last one to. And I think because of all the things that we just mentioned, this should become one that you're shooting for every year. When you put livestock in the barn to feed, you should put one on feed to try to win Rodeo Austin, because this isn't just the last show. This is something that a lot of people have put a lot of time to make really, really good for you guys, and so take advantage of that. I guess before I put the mic down and get you a couple champions, I guess my parting words to some of these kids, in particular, some of those senior kids. As I think back to my showing days, the last time I ever showed a sheep was in this ring. And you don't realize that how much your world changes for the better, but how much you miss getting to participate in this. And so as I think back to some of these kids who are fixing to enter the real world, it's pretty scary. It's pretty overwhelming at some times. And I think a lot of times this generation kind of wants to spend time on the internet to be the cool kid. And as I think back to this last year and think back to a couple people that this world lost, different industries, but both trailblazers. And you think about what set them apart and what made the loss of them hurt so much was the fact that they were unique. They were obviously smart, talented people that were unique. They were different. Some might say quirky, but most importantly, they embraced it. And I think of the words of our good friend C. Jason Spence and Mike Leach. Those people are memorable, not because they tried to be the cool kids, but because they were unique and they embraced it. It's what set them apart, and it's why we loved them. And so, as I think about these kids, my message to you guys is be different. Don't surround yourself with an echo chamber that can be social media. Challenge your perspectives. Surround yourself with people with different opinions, and embrace what makes you different. Don't get hung up in trying to be the cool kid. I guess one last thing I would tell these kids, as you embark on your journey from Rodeo Austin, some of you may never show again. As we highlight that message, just embrace what's different to you. But when you get done showing here, thank the people that made it possible. It's an endless road of people that gave you the opportunity to be here. And then I guess my parting word would be this: find something that you're passionate about, and not only just enjoy it, but find a way to give back to it. This all gets better as we leave here and begin to give back to what gave us so much. And so that's my message to you guys. I have thoroughly enjoyed it. Again, I appreciate the opportunity. In regards to the goats, it's been a lot of good ones. It's been a lot of different ones out here, and you could go a lot of different ways, and I'm not going to argue with you. I just tried to spend time describing them, the little finer details that split them in my mind. I apologize to Marty. I'm sure there's some times where he wanted the mic and I wouldn't quit talking, but when it gets good, I enjoy talking about them, and that, to me, that's all I can do. I beat some good ones today that just got, you know, one or two things I'd like to change, and I tried to tell you about that. So, exceptional lineup of goats out here, 6 awfully good kids, but there's been a lot of them through the ring today that deserve your round of applause. So before we give you a couple of champions, put your hands together for these. I think about the divisions today. There's been a lot of times where I thought, man, that winner's pretty comfortable, and then, man, you could do a lot of different things. As I think about this grand lineup out here, there was a goat that won this show about right here. When he came in the ring, he hit me, and one I'm pretty proud to stand behind. After that, you can take your pick as to what your poison is, but my congratulations, all of these. One last time, Rodeo Austin, congratulate these set of exhibitors.
Our grand champion goat goes to Brendan Gross, Grandview FFA. And our reserve grand goes to Madden Wise, Brown County 4-H. Congratulations to both these exhibitors. Okay, I think we are ready for our grand drive on the Market Lamb side. Our breed champion fine wool went to Hadley Holt, 8 years old, from Clifton, Texas. Member of Hill County 4-H. Hadley wants to win a Texas major. Favorite hobby, she said she doesn't have time for hobbies. She stock shows. Her lamb's name is Slim Shady. Reserve champion fine wool went to Rhett Dixon, age 15, from Sterling City, member of Sterling City FFA. Rhett wants to attend the University of Oxford. He enjoys playing sports, outdoor activities, and cross-stitching. Our champion fine wool cross went to Stratley Struby, 10 years old, from Wall, Texas, member of Tom Green County 4-H. Stratley wants to attend the Texas A&M Vet School. She enjoys playing volleyball, 4-H food challenge, church activities, and raising puppies. Our reserve champion fine wool cross went to Marin Morris, age 9, from Salado, Texas. Marin's a member of Bell County 4-H. She wants to attend Texas Tech to become an attorney. She enjoys playing basketball, volleyball, and showing sheep. Our champion South Down went to Tristan Neal, 9 years old, from Smyre, Texas, member of Smyre FFA. Tristan wants to attend Texas A&M and become a vet. Enjoys showing sheep and wakeboarding. Our reserve champion South Down went to Madison Mutina, age 17, from Riesel, Texas, member of Riesel FFA. Madison wants to attend college where she can compete on a judging team and go with the flow. Enjoys showing lambs, judging livestock, and being with family and friends. Our champion Dorper went to Brazos Blue, 13 years old, from Clifton, Texas, member of Hill County 4-H. Brazos wants to win a Texas major and go to Texas A&M. Enjoys showing goats and lambs. Our reserve champion Dorper went to Parker Cook, age 9, from Ballinger, Texas, member of Runnels County 4-H. Parker wants to attend Texas A&M and become an astronaut. Enjoys showing sheep and playing baseball. Our champion medium wool went to Graham Newsom, 9 years old, from Olton, Texas. Wants to attend Texas Tech, enjoys playing basketball and football. And our reserve champion medium wool went to John Austin North, 17 years old, from Sanger, Texas, member of Sanger FFA. John Austin wants to attend Angelo State University and study to become a chiropractor. Enjoys showing lambs. Like I said earlier, we've got a great set of animals out here, an outstanding group of exhibitors. Folks, let's give our lamb exhibitors a big round of applause.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here this afternoon, and I've really enjoyed today quite a bit. I want to start off by thanking some people here today, Glenn Allen Phillips, Lauren Todd, Jeff Thane, all you guys that work at Rodeo Austin, and the entire Sheep and Goat Committee that do a great job of putting this show together. They've worked hard for many years to get it to where they've got over 1,000 entries now. Put your hands together and congratulate them for doing a great job of putting together a great show. Extremely efficient, a well-run machine that puts the show together, and the superintendents that Todd and Dottie that keep these things rolling in here today and get us out in and out in an efficient manner. Thank you as well for all the work that you do here. I'm not a big speech maker. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. I got a lot of passion for this industry. Cindy and I raised 6 kids in a blended family for the last 21 years showing livestock. And so if that's not any indication of how much I love it, then you probably don't understand me. But it's been a really good time. I'm pleased with the quality that's here, as always, at every major show in Texas. Every breed's well represented. I hope you can follow some patterns and see kind of what I was looking for, sheep that have the right type and kind to them, and to me, they really do. Once again, if you'd put your hands together and congratulate these exhibitors, I'll go out and slap your champion in reserve.
Our grand champion lamb goes to Graham Newsom, Hale County 4-H. Reserve Grand goes to John Austin North, Sanger FFA. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Thank everyone for attending the 2023 Rodeo Austin Lamb and Goat Show. Please be careful going home.